Welcome to the February 5th, 2025 School Committee meeting. Item 1.1, District Vision and Core Values. District Vision. The Barnstable Public Schools educates the whole child by creating a student-centered school culture that addresses students' physical, social, emotional, and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment in which students are challenged, supported, and engaged. Core values. In Barnstable Public Schools, we value commitment, collaboration, and community. Commitment. We are dedicated to the continuous learning and growth for all. Collaboration. We work together while keeping student needs at the forefront of all decision-making. Community. We build strong, respectful partnerships that support student success. Item 1.2, statement by the chair, video or audio recording of meeting. This school committee meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20, the chair must inquire whether anyone else is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make their presence known. Item 1.3, Pledge of Allegiance. Our Pledge of Allegiance is led by our Barnstable Community Innovation School students. Here with us tonight is Melanie Hercules Plikus and Malu Stewart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Our two students are now going to share with us a lot of information about BCIS.
Happening right now at BCIS is an all-time favorite activity for students, clusters. Happening right now at BCIS is an all-time favorite activity for students, clusters. This year, cluster starts January 17 and will run for 6 Fridays until March 7. They are from 9:30 to 10:15. We had 24 clusters to choose from, and the options ranged from dinosaur, kind kids, and police academy to skating and yoga, to name just a few.
Our cluster celebration is Friday, March 21st at the Hyannis Youth and Community Center next door to our school. It starts at 9:30. We would like to invite all of you to attend. This is an opportunity for our students to show off a little bit of what they learned in each cluster. Finally, we would like to thank our community, families, and staff for their support because clusters would not be possible without them.
Great job. Thank you. Jen, do you have anything? Okay. Peter?
Thank you, ladies. I've heard so much about these clusters. They sound fabulous. It's almost like you shouldn't have to wait till January to do them. You've been waiting till January? They just started? Yeah, but they're going well. And which ones are you guys in?
Learn to cook.
Oh.
Skating.
Nice. All right. Well done. Thank you very much.
Andre?
Yes, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Like your peers, you are dressed for success, which is very nice to see. I'm interested, do you do multiple clusters for the rest of the year? Or are you going to go forward to do another cluster after your current one?
So do you get to pick more than one, or do you get to? Yeah, so one for the year.
No, you get one cluster each year.
Okay, so we're locked into what we're doing now, and I'm glad to hear it, and keep up the good work.
Mike?
So do you remember what clusters you did last year?
I did volleyball.
Ooh,
I did art in the art bus.
wow. Exciting. That's great. Well, thank you and excellent job. It's always hard when you get up here and talk in front of people. So you did an awesome job. Good job, and have a good night.
And thank you so much for coming. You did great. And I'm going to have to definitely make that showcase and get some of those treats that you're cooking. That would be great. I remember I went last year when they had the big event, and it was very exciting. So I look forward to going again. Thank you. Do you want a picture? Did you want a picture up front? They got one, okay. All right. Highlight in education, item 2.1, Nicholas Ramos. Perfect score on math SATs.
Thank you. So I think Nicholas is here along with Principal Canetta to be recognized for a really outstanding academic achievement.
Hello, how are you?
Great, thanks.
I got to meet Nicholas this morning. We had breakfast with a group of students and just have been really impressed in meeting him and talking with him. And my understanding is congratulations on perfect score on your math SATs.
Thank you.
Did you want to say anything, or?
Oh, no.
Oh,
wasn't
okay,
sure
I
if
saw,
I
They
wasn't
made
sure.
me come.
I saw a paper, so I didn't know if you did. Jen?
I'm not even going to tell you what I scored on my math SATs 100 years ago when we used like the abacus. That's amazing. Congratulations. I hope that that's a precursor for everything for you coming forward. I know it will be.
Yeah, I
Excellent job.
appreciate it.
Wow, Nick, that is absolutely sensational. Did you feel like you aced it? Did you feel like you were getting a perfect score?
Well, it was the third time I've taken it, so it took a bit of perseverance. But that last time I did take it, I had a really good feeling. So yeah.
You did, really? And perfect score. Wow.
Yeah, the math part at least.
The
Not so
math
much-
part, yeah. My daughter's a math teacher of the high school. When have you ever had her, Mrs. Roundtree?
No, I haven't had her.
Oh, so she was in no way responsible for your greatness. Okay, all right, I'll settle with that.
There's
All right,
Peter
thank
at
you.
the other end. It was going to be because of you, because she's your daughter, and that's the way it was going to go.
Maybe in spirit, yeah.
Andre?
Yeah, outstanding. I wonder, three attempts, right? Progress over perfection. We love to see that. Do you see yourself going forward? Is math something that you're going to focus on in college? Do you see your career kind of dovetailing? Because you obviously have an exceptional competency, there.
Yeah, so next year I plan on pursuing a degree in the science field, either biochemistry or some sort of engineering. So that will obviously entail math, but yeah.
Mike?
They already asked all my questions, so I can't it blows my mind. Good job. Unbelievable. I don't, third times, I take it that many times, but then to just be making that much progress. And so my question is, did you go to bed early the night before, or what'd you eat? Because maybe that'll help me be smarter.
Nothing special. that I
No,
remember.
just had a normal day and just went
Yeah.
on a Saturday and got a perfect score in math.
Yeah,
Wow. Excellent job. Congratulations.
thank you.
I do know when you take those SATs, even though math is the focus, you have to be an excellent reader because a lot of making sure you've read the problems accurately is involved. How many colleges are knocking on your door with a full boat scholarship?
I have only applied. I only applied to one school early, Yale, and I got in. So, but I'm still waiting on a few. Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of merit scholarships coming your way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Yep.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, and thank you for taking your time to come tonight.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Nick.
And then and then a big shout out to all the math teachers in the district who help develop his successful score.
Yeah, and Tina, you must be proud as well. I see you sitting there. Yeah, yeah.
Item 2.2, Barnstable High School student artwork. Who's
So we have the art department head here, Matt Kemp, who's coming forward to talk a little bit about this amazing art installation that you see around the room. And I think we have some students here as well.
You want us right here? Yes. Great. All right. Does that work? Hi, I'm Matt Kemp. I'm
Hey,
the head
Matt.
of the art. Hello. I'm the head of the art department at Barnstable High School, and just here to introduce these kiddos. These are some of the kids that made the artwork that you see up on the walls of the this room and of the Selectmen's conference room next door. So if you get a chance, go pop in there and you can read their artist statements, which are posted underneath. They're all from the AP Studio Art class at Barnstable High School, but they take other art classes, and they a lot of the work you see here is a synthesis of a lot of their interests, a lot of their classes. So many teachers and many of their interests and passions are involved. They're supposed to develop a theme or some kind of area that they develop and investigate throughout the year. So they're going to tell you a little bit about their theme or what they're investigating in a moment. Couple of thank yous and shout outs. One to Melissa Chartrand, who's the coordinator for arts and culture for the town of Barnstable. She helped set up this show, so thank you to her. Shout out to all the folks in administration, so building-wise, Jason and Scott for the district, Sarah and Kristen and school committee. You guys supporting the kids and their passions and their interests, giving them the place to find their voice and express their voice over many years is what makes these kind of things possible, so thank you for that. Another thank you to the Cobb Fund, who, such a resource for our district, so thank you to the Cobb Fund for supporting a lot of what we do in the arts, but across the whole school. Last little shout out, one of the things we're trying to do is give the kids an opportunity to show their work a bunch of times throughout the year. So this is one of the ways we do that, but we also have individual spotlights up at the Cape Cod Mall, Daniel Gracie Academy, Black Pearl Tattoo, Cultural Center of Cape Cod, Long Pasture Audubon, Katuitt Center for the Arts, the Cordial Eye, Wicked Thrift, and Provincetown Art Association Museum. They all have student work there now or will very shortly. We're hoping to add to that list as the months go forward. And then we cap all that off May 2nd, Art and Fashion Show, BHS. It should be a lot of fun. Be there. It'll be fun. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the kiddos. Ava, you want to go first? Yeah. Then they'll tell you what they're working on.
So, hi, I'm Ava Shea, and I'm taking AP Art this year. The AP classes at Barnstable overall have been a great opportunity, gives you a very well-rounded education, and out of the classes I've taken, AP Art would definitely be one of my favorites. So throughout the course of AP Art, you sustain an investigation in one area of your choosing. The area I chose to investigate was aging, because aging is something that connects everyone. It's something we all experience, and a lot of the time it has a negative connotation to it, but I hope to convey in my portfolio that every phase of life can be beautiful, and beauty can be found in every
I think
stage.
that's wonderful. As one of the oldest people in the room, that is fabulous. Oh, this is the best night ever.
So it's something that was actually inspired by personal events. You know, my grandfather, he lived a very long life, and he loved every single day of it. Just his daily routine, he loved it all. We were really close, and I just thought that this is something that should be conveyed. I feel like that's an attribute. Having like an excitement for life is something we should all carry with us. So that's what I hope to convey throughout my portfolio.
Hi, my name's Lily Wen, and I don't know if I can live up to what Ava just said, but I'm currently also taking the AP class, and I also take a few other art classes like ceramics and also fashion design, and that's what I think is my expertise, which is in fashion. So my line was inspired by mostly fashion, but we have some ceramic pieces as well. And my sustained investigation is called Inside the Outside, Basically, we all wear clothes and we express ourselves through our clothing, but we also all have something inside us, and I kind of want to express that and show that through my work. So it's inspired by the human body and under the layers of what we already have inside. So I did a few pieces inspired by the human body. So I did like a rib cage, a few things like bones, blood, and it's all like, it sounds grotesque, but it's also beautiful, I think. It doesn't have to be kind of creepy or horrific. It can also be beautiful. So I want to thank Miss Butterfield because she's the fashion program director right now, and without her, I don't think I'd be here today. I'm currently applying to colleges in fashion design, so she's set my career for that as well, and I hope a lot of you guys can show up for the fashion show in May. It's going to be a lot of fun, and also show up for the art show.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick Ramos, and so my art is those four right over there. Yeah, the one with my face plastered on it. So, yeah. So I take AP art as well, and for my AP art portfolio, I chose to investigate current issues in science and technology through the medium of art. And so, from antibiotic resistance to the ethics of gene editing technologies, these complex and interconnected issues continue to shape today's scientific landscape in many ways. I chose this area because, as I mentioned before, I plan on pursuing a degree in science next year in college. And so understanding these issues that exist within the field will serve me well in my future career path, at least I believe. And furthermore, I'm passionate about integrating artistic applications with concepts based in science. So that's the whole premise of my portfolio. And I would like to thank Mr. Kemp for his time and devotion to giving us a platform to show our work. So yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Juliana Nardone. It's nice to meet most of you. I don't see too many familiar faces, teachers I've had before. But for my portfolio, through AP Art, I feel like Mr. Kemp might be sick of me by now because I love to tinker. When it comes to being in that art classroom, there are so many different resources that it's almost like overwhelming. What do I want to play with next? What do I want to grab for next? And that's kind of where my art portfolio theme came from, which is scavenging through human interactions with the natural world. So I'm looking over there. On that wall, you'll see a repurposed ski and then some art pieces inspired by the natural world made out of recycled materials, which grapples the question of how do patterns in what humans make reflect the patterns that we see in the natural world? And I'm so grateful to be able to explore those themes in my art class and also combine elements from other classes I've taken, such as engineering, to figure out how to apply that. Whether it's discarded plastics, aluminum, a ski I found on the side of the road, working with acrylics and other like classic art materials. AP Art has been such a great experience and so valuable for me to be able to build a portfolio that not only speaks for myself, but has a message of how the things that we do affect the world around us. So yeah, I guess that's it for now. I look forward to continuing to explore and tinker and figure out what else can be made from the stuff that most people would throw away. Yeah, thank you so much.
Forgot my hat. Thank you so much, everybody.
Jen?
Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
we just want
We gotta
to
go.
we want to
Should I
say
come back?
say congratulations to you guys, maybe. Except Nick, he's had enough. See ya. Yeah, double dipping. We're done. Yeah, no, but I think art is incredibly important for multidimensional thinking and creative problem solving and putting puzzle pieces together. And this is an incredible display. I haven't had a chance to get up close and personal or look behind the screen, but I certainly will. So thanks so much for showing a different side of academia at the high school. It's really great. Thanks.
Yes, such an impressive group you have here, Matt. Who's teaching AP Art?
That's me.
Oh, well, he must be a very good teacher because you all speak very highly of that program. You guys had great projects, but I love Ava's the best, I have to tell you, the whole aging thing. Well done, everyone.
Yes, for me, this art showcase, interested, excited. Has this been going on the last few years? Is this the first year? Meaning, you mentioned the fashion show, which was tremendous.
For a number of years.
So this art showcase, is that like a similar, or is it just your display in the school? How does that work? Is my
Yeah, it's the work from close to 1,000 kids. So, and then the fashion show, I think we had 800 people or something there last year. It's a big, fun event. There's lights, there's smoke. The kids make all of the stuff that they're wearing. They model it. My mistake. So it's our way to celebrate all the kids have done all year long. So our goal is in the art department to have every kid show something.
Very good. And so a lot of the students taking the AP art, are they also doing the fashion,
Yeah, we like to have them doing, so there's a range of different things they might be doing. Some of them have a ceramics class. Some of them have an engineering class with my woodshop teacher, who's like an amazing guy, kind of a genius. And so they're taking a range of different other things along with the AP Studio Art class.
Because the only reason, I bring it up and, I tip my hat because, I have zero artistic ability. Drawing a cube and shading it is a great achievement for me, but I see, a lot of the students, sometimes they might not like to hear me speaking ad infinitum about the Gettysburg Address or something academic, but they're incredibly artistically gifted, so students recognizing that those skills, are valuable, and expressing themselves through that, just because, the academic side, or dates and places is not of interest to them, cultivating that artistic imagination and expression, it's something that I'm big on. So we have all-stars here that are just tremendous, but across the board, even students who might not think that they're artistic, but I know that they like art because while I'm talking, all they're doing is scribbling, you know what I mean? And say, why don't you introduce yourself to Mr. Kemp, get into some of those classes, find that tribe, so to speak, and I put yourself on a better path maybe, because they're not seeing, it's a certain skill set is what I'm trying to get at, that I have a great admiration for because I'm so limited there. But many of the students I know are gifted across the board.
Thank you for that. From our perspective, we're all, like in the art department, we're all artists. We all have something to say, and we can all learn the tools to say it. And there's a bunch of different ways. That's what art is, from our perspective. It's saying something, communicating. So we say everybody that walks in our door, they're in the right place. You walk in the door, you're in the right place. You're welcome, and we'll learn together and make something that expresses their personality and their interests and their passions.
Mike?
So I, like Andre, have zero art ability. So if I put 4 lines on a page, it looks like 4 lines, where it always amazes me with artists where, like, you could put the same 4 lines, but it looks like whatever you're trying to get across. And my wife was an art major, and I didn't know anything about art. I'm going to be completely honest with you, growing up. And then she taught me a lot about art and all the different mediums and stuff. And it's just amazing. Like, looking at this stuff is just, to me, it's mind-blowing because I know what it takes. Like, well, I don't. It's just amazing that you can get it to look like that. It's just, I don't know. It just blows my mind because I have zero art ability. But so excellent job. And I also like I like hearing about. I like talking to the artists when they draw something, like what they're thinking, like what inspired it or whatever, because the thing with art is no matter, you can have your own opinion on what it looks like, what it is, or to you versus me, and it's different to everybody, but I like talking to the artists because seeing why they did it or what they were thinking, but excellent job, great job by everybody.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for coming. I just have one question. Is there still art for sale in the Hawk's Nest? I remember a few years ago there were some pieces displayed. And is any of the artwork that's displayed throughout throughout the town. Do you sell any of your pieces?
I'll leave that up to them. They can sell each and every one of them if they choose to. In terms of what we do at the school, we've had student work for sale in the Hawks Nest last year. I'm not sure if that's happened again this year, but definitely something to look into the second half of the year. Yeah, it's been closed.
Making a living through art. Just need to supplement with that with some business courses. All right, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate your time. So I think our, right. So item 3.1, student envoy reports, Barnstable High School. Hi, Riley.
Hi. So this morning, I had the privilege of having a little breakfast with Dr. Ahern and Mr. Canetta with about 10 other kids in my grade to discuss the atmosphere of the school, what is going well, what's could be improved. And one of the things we kind of touched on was the phone policy and how that's being a little bit more state mandated. And so I just was so hearing from the student point of view for that, it was a lot of more people that would stress kids out more if they didn't have them. And I know that's it is a distraction, but I have 2 younger siblings at the school, and coordinating plans with that when change plans makes kind of a phone necessary. And I know that's gonna be a topic you touch on later in the meeting, so I just wanted to put my little 2 cents in that. So now onto regular stuff. Next year, scheduling for next year is going on right now, which is really cool. I'm a senior now, so it doesn't. Yeah, it's cool. My siblings are going through it. I'm not going through it.
That's when it kind of dawns on you that you're a senior and you're not going to be there next year.
Yeah, everyone's talking about courses. I'm oh, I don't have to do this. But I think it's really cool for next year that they are making a bunch of half-year classes for upper grades. It's been a thing for 8th graders in the past years, but not something that upperclassmen, freshmen, sophomore can ever explore. So I think that's going to help, and I'm really interested to see how that goes, especially with how many unique classes there are. I was seeing things about this intro to the Romans class, and what was other ones that were cool? There was a couple other ones that were wicked cool, and I'm it's going to allow people to narrow in on what they way a lot easier. Break soon, which is good, and then term 2 is just close, so 8th grade half-year classes have started. And we're in the second half of the year, so yay. Well done. Yes. That's good. That's all I have.
Okay. Jen? No, I'm good. Thank you. No, thank you. Peter?
Thank you for your feedback on cell phones. I know a number of things we're going to be talking about, but there has been guidance at the state level on that, and we need to look at it seriously, but we also need to be pragmatic, right? We do live in an information age, so it's about how to navigate that. So thanks for that feedback. You are a senior. Second half of senior year, is great. One of the things I want to touch on, your colleague is not here, but I have been seeing, and we discussed, some of our seniors are getting those early admission acceptance letters.
Yep, she did.
We'll speak about that next meeting. But a future political scientist that you're working with, so that's outstanding to see. The hard work that you've put in previous, now have that acceptance letter. You know where you're going. So the second half of the year, you're going to have a good experience, but you're already preparing, for that first semester of college based on what you did previously. So that was very encouraging to see. And thank you for the report, and onward and upward the second half of the year.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
I don't have anything. Have a nice night. All right, item 3.2, public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual and 30 minutes total. Public comment at a Barnstable School Committee meeting is limited to Town of Barnstable residents, taxpayers, and Barnstable schools, employees, students, or family members. Speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to present their material and must begin their comments by stating their name and city or town. An extension of the speaker's time may be granted at the discretion of the chair. There will be no debate or action taken on public comment items. The committee will take items under advisement, or the individual will request an item be placed on a future agenda. The chair will also allow public comment at her discretion during the meeting. Is anybody here for public comment? Okay.
Hi, my name's Heidi Coyle. I'm a resident of Hyannis. I was not going to speak tonight, but I sat at the BCIS workshop, and I just wanted to touch base on a few things. 2018, I sat in this room, and the school committee voted against the charter school, so BCIS became the charter school, and my now 6th grade daughter attended BCIS in kindergarten through 3rd grade. I have a daughter there now. She's in 3rd grade, so she'll be leaving. I'm also a teacher assistant there in 1st grade. And I really believe in this school. The staff is the most dedicated staff, both as a parent and as colleagues. But I just had a few questions of when this decision will be made. I was assuming as a parent, I sat here tonight as a parent, thinking that we were going to know kind of what the next steps were for the next 5 years. We are currently enrolling families, and I think that is a huge decision that upcoming families need to know what this school is going to look like in the next 5 years. And I just want to be here because the staff has been so supportive as a mother to my children. So thank you.
A point of order. I just want to clarify. Point of order. Point of order. Thank you.
Wait a minute, just, okay. We wanted to see if we can address, I know people may have come about the expecting a decision, so I just want to let Sarah address that part, and then Andre, you can speak, but we typically, according to policy, take the items under advisement, so I'll let Sarah address when it's going to be on the agenda, and then...
I did say point of order, so I would have the floor, but I will allow for that, Chair.
So oftentimes, the school committee won't make a decision during a workshop, but it's an opportunity for an educational piece. And we've had a discussion in planning meetings. The agenda is not set for the next regular meeting, but March 5th is the next regular meeting. So again, it's not fully set, but that was something that we've been talking about and planning for a decision time.
Thank you. As I was saying, I just wanted to make clear, I wanted to make clear, as I do have the floor, I said point of order. That's how we, conducting the rules, conducting our meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. I just wanted to make clear to the community, because we've had a change in our public comment policy, that you may speak at public comment if you are, as was noted. I wanted to reiterate this because we've had a change. You may speak if you are an employee, a student, or a family member of anybody associated with Barnstable Public Schools. You may speak. So I wanted to clarify that. You don't necessarily have to live in Barnstable. If any of those three apply to you, you may speak at our public comment.
Is there anybody else here for public comment? Thank you. I thank you for speaking. I didn't get there.
My name is Martha Rockwell-Swindler, and I stand before you today as a 31-year Barnstable High School teacher, and I am afraid of retribution. I fear that speaking the truth today will affect my job status, regardless of my past as a dedicated employee for over 30 years. This is the climate of our district. I'm afraid because I'm here to discuss the racism I have seen in this system. It all started when the middle school was investigated by the New England Equity Assistance Center at Brown University in 2005. Have any of you read the Brown report recently? We were formally investigated and told that we were acting in a racist way, and through too many superintendents, We did little about it. Then Dr. Mayo Brown eliminated college preparatory 1 classes. The Brown report recommendation was to evaluate our tracking system. But she told the entire high school staff that there were too many brown and black students in these classes, so it appeared racist. Eliminating this level to avoid looking racist is by definition systemic racism. I repeat, eliminating this level to avoid looking racist is by definition systemic racism. Also under her leadership, this committee removed the Red Raider. I completely understand this. But once the Red Hawk had been chosen, why get rid of the logo? The logo was created by a student in our very first graphic design classes. It was approved by this committee and also approved by the elders of our local Wampanoag tribe. Yes, the local natives chose that logo. By throwing out the logo with the bee and the feather, we are being systemically racist in an act to try and get rid of the racist name. This new logo has cost thousands and thousands of dollars, and likely we have again offended the elders who are back to being excluded. Let's talk about academics. If we want a more rigorous curriculum like we had before COVID, we need 3 levels to challenge all of them to become their best, to meet all of their academic, language, and social emotional needs. We can do this with 3 levels. Divide them by their reading level. Tell any parent complaining to read more with their child. Send them to the tutoring hours we provide after school. We have goals as a school to be a district that is anti-racist. That means working against racism. This means hiring more staff of color. You've claimed for years you're going to hire more professionals of color, but no. In the past 3 years, the staff of color have not been rehired. Read the article about the renowned published chef, or about the janitor, or finally, most recently, the associate principal who was solely fired for an event where 3 adults were present. Why was Mrs. Taylor the only one fired? Mrs. Taylor and I were hired within a year of each other by Al Fortune and John Reed, who were working hard to actively recruit teachers of color. This was in 1995, 30 years ago. These very people leave due to the lack of support, and then the ones we do keep for 30 years are dismissed. I witnessed Mrs. Taylor and the racism and harassment she has faced through her career as the only black woman in leadership position for decades. In particular, issues with our previous principal. It was such that she took a leave. I suggested that she meet with the superintendent and HR director, William Cole. And within months of that meeting, after telling them about the racism that she has been a victim of, she was put on leave, fired, and then denied unemployment. Yes, at the final racist slap in the face, no one from HR or the superintendent's office attended the appeals meeting.
All right, could you please
All
wrap
of this
up?
upset me to the core. When I started here 30 years ago, 18% were non-white. Now we're 49% non-white. When we need more adults of color in positions, you fire the ones. When we need more space, safe spaces for our brown and black students, you steal from them the one leader who looked like them, who listened to them, sympathizing but pushing them when they needed to do more. She knows their families, their siblings, their cousins, their employers, the gift of history in a community that is Barnstable High School. She was fired without a word from the school committee. The committee can only ask about the process and not who's being fired. Well, a member of the school committee should be on every single one of those firing investigations. Did you ask about the process? Well, I can tell you that I know people in one of those adults' offices were not interviewed, but everyone in her office was. So that investigation was not complete.
All right, I'm going to ask that you
I've got
please
Ms. Reed's 3 minutes.
All right.
Throughout history, powerful black women have faced this sort of...
please.
All right, well, I'm going to call you out. I stand here to put a mirror to you because our students deserve more. And as an English teacher, I believe, like my Massachusetts forefathers, that I have to be civilly disobedient. I stand here asking you to reread, or maybe read for the first time, the Brown University report. Yes, I stand here to call attention to the systemic racism and the negative effects it is having on our students, especially those that are brown and black. Most importantly, I ask you to formally bring back 3 levels of learning, apologize to our local Wampanoag tribe, be a part of that firing process, and definitely to reopen formally the investigation of Mrs. Taylor.
Comment. I'm going to please remind everybody that the policy states that you have 3 minutes and you cannot go past your 3 minutes. Mrs. Reed is not the chair of the school committee, so I'm just going to ask for fairness that people make sure you're limited to 3. All right. Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Carrie Andrade. I'm the Director of Teaching and Learning, Pre-K to 5 in the district. And I'm speaking to you tonight as the Vice President of the Barnstable Administrators Organization. I would like to thank the many educators and community members attending tonight in support of BAO. BAO represents 39 dedicated administrators, including but not limited to assistant principals, coordinators, directors, technology specialists, grant managers, and other essential school leaders. These professionals play a vital role in the success of our students, educators, and the overall educational system within the Barnstable School District. For the past 7 months, BAO members have been working without a contract. BAO filed a complaint to the Department of Labor Relations against the district for regressive bargaining. The Department of Labor Relations determined there was probable cause to move forward with a hearing. The district is continuing to incur costs, including expenses for the state mediator and attorney fees. Each day that BAO works without a contract, it not only impacts our members, but also incurs additional costs for taxpayers. It is important to note the BAO is only asking the district to honor the proposal they provided on May 15th and subsequent mutual agreements. BAO is not seeking anything more than what has been provided to other district and municipal unions. We believe that fair compensation and reasonable working conditions are essential to attract and retain high-quality administrators who are dedicated to serving our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jillian Tusco. I'm from Centerville. I'm here to talk about the mold again. There's certain things that we've been asking for that are just not happening. The emails that we're getting are a great update, but I want access to see the tickets. My daughter's room is leaking around a ton of electrical wires, and they've moved her to a different room, and we're getting an email saying it's going to be fixed. And while I appreciate that, I want to know when it's being fixed. I want to know what it is that they're doing, because things in the past haven't been done properly, and more leaks are happening. I mean, her teacher's response to this was, dang it, again? Meaning clearly that this is an ongoing problem. And other things I want to just mention and have on the record are that there are teachers that work at the school that won't even let their kids go to the school. They pay for their kids to go to private school. Like, think about that. You're a teacher and you work in that school, and then you pay for your kid to go to a different school because of the mold. There are also kids that are still sick, and the kids in the autism program, the NEC program, have 0 choices about where they can and cannot go. That is the only school that is available for them to go. Amari goes to that school, and he's having health issues, and they're dealing with it legally, but in the meantime, something needs to be done right now, not in the future. I get that there's ongoing plans for 2026, 2027, that's all fabulous, but there's still issues that need to be dealt with, like, in the now. And I just wanted that to be on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again. I am Danielle Hill. I am a 30-plus year resident of Hyannis, and I have graduated multiple students from the Barnstable school system and currently have 3 attending two at the high school. I actually just, up to this point, was unaware of the Brown University study. Mrs. Swindler was sharing with me that that study had been conducted, and so I read it, and it raises further alarm with regard to the systemic racism as a parent of students of color in the district. And I don't want to address the alarm, but I do want to share just a couple of quotes from the study. On page 25 of the study, staff and administrators at all of the schools that were examined noted that efforts are not consistent enough across the district to ensure that the academic success of students of color does not decline after elementary school. When asked how they made diverse students feel supported, staff most often responded by saying, "I encourage all students," or "the same as I do for everyone." Almost half of the staff respondents chose not to answer that specific survey item. The data suggests that most Barnstable teachers after the elementary years are not actively encouraging students of color to take on challenges and succeed. Survey data from students of color corroborate this. With regard to teacher perceptions of student behavior, most faculty don't know how to approach minority students. That was a staff interview conducted at the high school. A lack of cultural awareness amongst teachers is also contributing to misunderstandings between students and teachers. I cannot stress to you how important that is. Teachers may view students' loud or disruptive behavior in class as signs of disrespect, when in fact the behaviors may indicate a lack of engagement in the material or cultural differences in communication style. On page 41 of the study, teacher expectations for students of color. Teacher expectations impact student motivation to learn and achieve. With regard to expectations of students of colors, quote, "They accused him of selling drugs because he wore nice clothes to school." That is a quote from a parent of a student of color in the high school. And then I changed him to another class. The next day he goes in and the English teacher says to him, "You didn't make it in that class. What makes you think you're going to make it here?" Do they think that black people don't work, that we don't have jobs, can't support our children? Sports teams, when they have games, the boys have to wear shirts and ties. The comments from the teachers to these children of color is, "Oh, did you go to court today?" The picture is made much more complicated by the fact that students of color may themselves make negative comments about their potential. What is missing is an understanding that internalized bias may effectively lower a child's expectations. I'll yield. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else here for public comment?
I gave her my 3 minutes. Can I have 3 minutes?
You can come up for 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes were not given away.
Yeah, that's okay. I would have given them to her anyways. My name is Maria Reed, and I am a former teacher at Barnstable School Systems for 35 years, and everything she has said is completely true. As a black teacher, the stuff that I had to see and deal with was absolutely incredible. Even some of the teachers. You don't have to have a black teacher. You can have a white teacher. There is no difference. The teacher is still at Barnstable High School. And there are many others. So some of you might send some of your friends in. Go be a substitute. Don't tell them where you go. Just go be a substitute and do a little spying on yourself and just kind of see what goes on, because you don't really know. You really don't know. And there's wonderful children and there's wonderful students of all colors and shapes and sizes. You even said you have to be able to read well. You're not giving these kids a chance to read well because you're putting them in situations that they're not going to be able to succeed. And I've seen it over and over again. And I wasn't going to come up and speak because my heart is all about the love. Show these children the love. We need it more than anything in this world right now. Understanding, love, compassion, show it. Prove it. Let these kids have a chance. Namaste.
Thank you.
Can I just add one thought?
Finish, yes.
Sorry, I just want to add one thought, that the reason why we're pointing these things out is because our children are actively experiencing these microaggressions because of the color of their skin on a daily basis. And it is proven fact, the data has proven over and over again, that representation matters when it comes to long-term outcomes academically and socially for students of color. A child has to see that they can be an administrator in the school district that they're attending. A child has to see that they can be an educator in the school that they are attending. Currently, because of the lack of faculty and administrators of color in the school, our children aren't seeing that. We're going to have lower outcomes for students of color as a result.
Thank you. Is anybody else here for public comment? Come on up.
Just shocked her, sorry. Good evening. My name is Lynn Rhodes. I'm a resident of Falmouth. I work in Hyannis at Mass Hire. I am the president for the Cape Cod branch of the NAACP. I'm coming because I have a 10th grader who has called me twice explaining situations in the classrooms. One severely disturbing experience she recalled is a student needed to use the restroom and was denied access and told she could go on her scheduled break time, whether she's a blue or a green or a red. She indicated she was having woman issues and was told she needed to wait. She stood up, left a mess on her chair. One of her male students gave her his sweatshirt. At that point, she was allowed to go to the nurse's office. The nurse threw a pad at her, gave her a disposable underwear, and told her to rummage through the lost and found to find sweats that she could change into, and was refused to allow to be calling her parents to ask them to come get her so she could change out of her jeans. I'm appalled. I asked her to come. She's afraid. She thinks she ended up getting suspended for not obeying this faculty. This is appalling. That's just one example of what I've gotten from students at Barnstable High School. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else who's a resident of Barnstable or associated with Barnstable schools who would like to speak? All right, seeing no one, public comment is now closed. Item 3.3, School Committee Subcommittee Liaison Reports. Jen, do you have any subcommittee?
Yeah, I just would like to inform the school committee that we are on the facilities subcommittee meeting with CFAC on the 10th. Am I done? I'm gonna cut off, that's it? Okay.
If you do that more often, Jen.
Yeah, good luck, Peter. Yeah, I have the weight advantage, calm down. But so we're meeting with CFAC to kind of hammer out the core program and where we are in our budgeting and what the projections look like, and just to get a strong understanding of where we stand financially in the district and the benefits that the core program may or may not bring. We just wanted to make sure we fleshed it out entirely for CFAC. And so I just wanted to inform the committee that that's what we're doing.
And do you have the time?
I believe it's at 6 o'clock. Let me look in my...
It's
6 o'clock on Monday. Can I just check? I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It's their normally scheduled meeting.
Okay.
But if you just hold, I can. Yes, 6 to 7 p.m.
Thank
It's
you.
a Zoom. Yep.
Peter, subcommittee?
Yeah, no, I'll let you update the policy as always, thanks.
Andre, subcommittees?
Yes, thank you, Kathy. Just wanted to let the community know, vis-a-vis my role on the goals subcommittee, I plan on us looking further at our three district goals going forward to kind of really hone in. It was noted in public comment on our identity here in the district, the history that we have in the district in general, and then as relates to athletics. I have not seen personally an enthusiasm to highlight our rich history over many years in the district, and so I want to make it clear that this is being heard. A number of community members have reached out. I've highlighted this in year. Let me specify.
So this is the goals subcommittee? Is this?
As I was saying, I've highlighted what.
Point of order.
Yes.
I thought, no, just more clarification. I thought the goals, we only got it down to one. Am I wrong?
It's one that is a large umbrella under which I hope we can have a robust discussion.
You can continue. That was my only question. Is I just because you had said three goals, and I thought at one of our meetings we decided to go down to one.
The strategic plan was the kind of the nut.
Yeah, it was kind of
That's
the okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Mike. The strategic plan, which included three specific items, so I was referring to all three, and just again to make the community aware that we will be looking at this thoroughly, because it just makes common sense. You know, do you focus on, if we're talking about athletics, do you focus on 4 years and disregard 100 years of tradition? Or do you take a look at the entirety of what you have to offer? It boggles my mind, frankly, particularly that this school committee has an alumni of Barnstable High School who comes from a diverse background.
So this might be better.
Excuse me, as I was saying, he is offering, and again, I just want to make it clear, we operate based on Robert's Rules of Order. Interruptions have to be followed a certain, and it's surprising that people are just interrupting without following the policies, so I'll just continue speaking. It's surprising to me, again, a Barnstable graduate, a person who comes from a diverse community, who's on the school committee, to talk about our rich tradition and history, that it's met with reticence. I understand different opinions, but we're certainly lacking quite a bit. And I'm at events. I see what our alumni are wearing. I have the different conversations. So I just want to, this is something that's on the radar. We're going to discuss it seriously because it makes common sense, right? We talk about engaging the community. How do you engage the community when you don't recognize the richness that's there within the community, folks? So again, vis-a-vis my role on the goals subcommittee, I want to inform the community and then people that are interested in having the conversation, all three of our goals, but specifically related to our identity, our rich history, and how we go forward in terms of finding something that can bring people together, right? Bring people together. Our current students, our alumni, there's a middle ground there rather than just looking at 4 years.
Point of order. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Andre. Specifically, what goal or what, maybe I missed it. What is it you're speaking of right now?
Sure. Again, in terms of community engagement, specifically, I'm wondering where is the rich history in terms of our athletics, in terms of the Red Raiders, and so many years of excellence, in terms of so many of our alumni that are attending our school events and saying, showing up with apparel saying Red Raider forever, and where is this history? Why are we only talking about 4 years trying to push down the new as if the old is somehow something not to highlight? So that just, it's we can do better. We can do a lot better, a lot better. And again, we're talking about moving forward, getting the community involved, looking at our facilities, what's the vision for the future, so on and forth. All of that's wonderful, okay? But you're going to get more people involved and engaged and excited and enthusiastic if they can know and see and recognize the Barnstable High School that they were a part of, that did have the name Red Raiders, okay, and did have a lot of other things that happened, talk about multiple class levels. If they can see those things present, highlighted, celebrated, it's a no-brainer. So again, the goals subcommittee will be looking at that, and I'm interested to hear what the community has to say. And your feedback is going to be so helpful. Thank you.
Mike, do you have a committee report, subcommittee? We have comments following the subcommittee
So I
reports.
don't grandstand here, I grandstand later?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Unless you have a subcommittee report.
Yeah, so I'm part of the health and wellness subcommittee for the district. We meet 3 times a year. We had a meeting last month. There's going to be a newsletter that's going to be coming. So what they did is they came up with 3 goals for the year, and those 3 goals are. One of them is to most people don't even know. What we kind of talked about was most people don't even realize that we have a health and wellness subcommittee. So one of the things they're going to be doing is they're putting out a newsletter. It's going to have a whole. I kind of saw it. They did a really good job on it. I'd like to congratulate the people that did it. It's going to be coming out to all families, and it has tidbits on how to stay safe for the winter, like healthy eating, all kinds of different things. And they're going to kind of tackle different. I think they're doing it twice a year for this year. I think they're going to do one other one in the spring. But as a wellness committee, we kind of look at a lot of different things, we had a conversation about how the district is looking at a new wellness program or health education for a K through 12. That was something we talked about last year, and how it was kind of disjointed. But just to let people know, we did meet. We meet 3 times a year or 4 times a year, 3 times a year, and that's kind of it. Thank you.
And subcommittee on policy revision, the next meeting is Friday, February 14th at 1 p.m. And that's item 3.4, school committee comments. Jen?
Well, it was a lively public comment, and I think it deserves some double clicking on all the obvious comments of concern. I am committed to moving forward in an inclusive way and not just nibbling around the edges, but addressing really serious complaints. I really don't know what to say about what Lynn Rhodes said, but I also do have a concern about this policy. I mean, Lynn lives in Falmouth. Her connection to Hyannis is working at the Mass Higher. But as the leader of the NAACP, she doesn't fit into any one of these categories necessarily, except that she's tangentially related to the problems that might be happening at the high school. And I just have concerns about voices being heard by community members, and I have grave concerns about what we heard tonight. So thank you.
I'm good, thanks.
Peter, you're good. Andre?
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. In terms of my commentary, I thank you so much for everyone that came out. I just want to, first of all, the district has received guidance from the Attorney General related to our students. Let me just, and I just, first of all, want to make it clear, and this is again our Attorney General. I apologize. Let me pull this up. But essentially, that our schools are for everybody, and everyone should feel safe in public school in Massachusetts. People should not have any concern or trepidation about receiving the free education that they're entitled to. So to begin with, I want to make it clear that that's how we conduct our business in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and that everyone, all of our students, should feel safe, should feel welcome, should feel comfortable, should not feel that they are under any undue scrutiny going to public schools in Massachusetts, because that is the law. And so I wanted to start with that. I know we're having different national conversations and things are going on, but specific to Massachusetts, under the purview of our Governor Maura Healey and our Attorney General Andrea Campbell, all students are welcome in public schools and should feel safe. You do not have to divulge any information. There are processes in place. And please, if there's any disruption that you're seeing, feeling, please make that known to a staff member or me specifically if you're not feeling that way attending Barnstable Public Schools. As a teacher who's also a licensed administrator, I'm certainly very supportive of our educators, of our administrators, and the different things that are going on. And it was good to see a number of our staff members here. As someone who's in the classroom every single day, that's just, again, I'm one of you, and certainly support what you're doing. I want to thank our staff member who came up and spoke about a number of issues in the district that, in terms of our 3 different levels, where's that conversation? About CP1 classes and how it's working with this additional model. Talking about the Brown study that as an educator of color, I'm not familiar with this Brown study. So certainly that's something that I will be familiarizing myself with in order to be able to comment at our next meeting. And then it was noted by a staff member, about our logo and about how the local Wampanoag tribe had approved the bee with the feather. That's, but somehow that's, not acceptable. So, again, thank you for those comments. I received the petition. I'm aware of all of the different subcategories, and we'll be reaching out and talking with anybody that wants to discuss that specifically. I do have some slides. We discussed a number of things business-wise that I'll get to. Let me, excuse me, I just also want to conclude that there was a notable expenditure related to our athletic facilities that the committee received very late in the process in terms of proposed renovations that I have a lot of questions. We're going to discuss it because we're going to discuss the budget, but I'm not understanding why one of our newest athletic facilities that is somehow now being proposed to be renovated when we have athletic facilities that are decades older that have not been considered. We'll discuss that during the budget presentation. I know that our athletic facilities have been shut down. I haven't received feedback in terms of exactly what the situation is. I know that they've been shut down. They're open again. But just in terms of looking at how our resources are allocated and making sure that our oldest facilities receive attention, not our newest facilities, in that capacity. Thank you.
Mike?
Let's see. I guess something that has to be said is how things, I think the public needs to realize that we're not a school committee of any one of us. It's a school committee of 5. And we all have our ideas of what should go forward and what shouldn't go forward. But I think the public has to understand, for all of us, just how it works. Because we all have ideas of what we think should happen and what we think shouldn't. So what happens is, and we all do it, we all bring things to the chair of the school committee, and there's the school committee, the chair of the school committee is ultimately responsible for what gets onto the agenda. But having said that, there is a agenda setting school committee meeting that happens about probably a couple weeks before every meeting. And it's usually the chair, vice chair. There's probably about 7 or 8 of us, or 8 people in the meeting, and everybody brings ideas of what to put on the agenda, and we go forward, and that's how the agenda is developed. The superintendent gets to she or the superintendent can, if things come up, can kind of be like, listen, this is what we need to have done for the operational side. But I think it's really clear that, like I said, if we all put everything we ever wanted on the agenda, our meetings would go on for days. So there is a way of getting stuff brought to the agenda, but it isn't just jammed on. It gets brought to the meeting. Even like when I was a chair, I'd have people bring stuff up, and then I'd bring it to the group, and we would discuss, like, because from our operational point of view, and we'd have people from finance and facilities and all kinds of people there. So I just want the public to realize how it's done, and it's just because one school committee member says this is going forward. It's more of a way more of a collaborative process for any of us, including the chair. It's kind of more of a collaborative process to get stuff there. So I just think that that's kind of important to bring forward, because as politicians, we all make promises. And I just think that it's more of a collaborative process to get it there. So that's all I want to say for my comments. Thank you.
And I have nothing to add. So we're on to 3.5, Superintendent's Report.
Point of order, Kathy. My slides, would you like me to present
No,
them
go
now?
ahead. I forgot about those.
Thanks. Does anybody have the clicker?
I think it's down there. They were using it before.
Okay, I'll retrieve it. Thank you. So again, every month there's a number of things going on in the district that I want the community to be aware of. Barnstable is most certainly, we're a large, we're a diverse, and we're a dynamic community, so I want everyone to see. So at BCIS, an incredible taxidermy presentation given by the Town of Barnstable Resource Officer Amy Coteau with a wealth of information pertaining to our local animal adaptations. Fifth graders were able to enjoy this. Special thanks to Jenny Sullivan for arranging this phenomenal presentation. Staying at Barnstable United Elementary School, WetFest is an interactive method of teaching students the fundamentals of water and Cape Cod's unconfined sole source aquifer. In small groups, students progressed through a series of hands-on stations, exploring learning. They took home a strong message and a true understanding of how water impacts their daily lives. There were 2 concerts that took place involving the BUES students. Our 4th grade winter concert took place, seeing students with the different activities. This is our 4th grade students. And the 5th grade, excuse me, no, these are still our 4th graders, I apologize. At BUES, this is the winter concert. And now the 5th graders, in their winter concert, the chorus, the strings, more from the chorus, saxophone, okay, so on and forth. Moving over to Barnstable Intermediate School, Miss Andrews' 7th grade Gateway Advanced math students met with Jim Curran, the Director of Financial Know-How at Cape Cod 5. He explained the differences between credit and debit, that crucial financial literacy, as well as high-yielding savings accounts and CDs. These concepts are a part of Miss Andrews' financial literacy and personal finances unit in Gateway at Barnstable Intermediate School. A shout out to Miss Andrews. This is outstanding. Our students getting financial literacy at the 6th and 7th grade level. Moving over to Barnstable High School, much to report. Students from the Vision of a Graduate Student Mentor Initiative attended Inspire Leadership Institute at Worcester University recently. They were joined by students across Massachusetts working collectively to develop positive leadership skills, gain insights into how they can platform to create positive social change. Staying at Barnstable High School, the Military Support Club participated in an annual Wreaths Across America, placing and removing the wreaths at the National Cemetery at Bourne. The club also supported the 6th grade Warning Squadron, providing babysitting services so that parents could go Christmas shopping. Great job, Barnstable High School Military Support Club. The mock trial team won their trial against Falmouth High School. This was in January. This is the first win that they've had in a few years. The team is working so hard, and they faced off against Cape Cod Academy. I don't mind telling you, they won this match as well and will advance to the regional competition on March 2nd, where 28 schools in Massachusetts are going to compete. This is an amazing accomplishment due to the hard work and dedication of our team and our students. On January 25th, Barnstable's Mandarin Chinese program, along with the Arts and Justice Collaborative, co-hosted the 3rd annual Lunar Year celebration. More than 30 Barnstable High School students volunteered in activity stations and performed traditional martial arts on stage. It was a wonderful and successful event, bringing together people from different cultures to celebrate. Great job to our Mandarin Chinese program. Also, the Mandarin Chinese program had a seminar about the tea culture in Asian society. Here, students right in Barnstable High School in our library participating in understanding tea culture in Asian society. The Barnstable High School Annual Credit for Life took place on Friday, January 24th. The BHS senior class and early grad juniors attended this Credit for Life, again in the library, planning their future. Volunteers from Cape Cod 5 and Barnstable High School staff educated students on financial literacy, a vital skill for managing money, understanding savings, budgeting, and credit. BHS Poetry Out Loud took place. Thank you to all of the English teachers who held classroom competitions and encouraged students to participate in the school-wide event. 90 students participated, showing courage and skill in the BHS Poetry Out Loud competition. This is a first. The Music Production Alumni Showcase took place with grades 8 through 11. Had the pleasure of being an audience. This was an incredible night highlighting the talent of Barnstable High School alumni, celebrating their achievements, and inspiring our current students. A special shout out to Megan O'Connor Vince, whose alumni truly stole the show. Her 12 years of inspiring teaching left a lasting impact on countless students and has put on an outstanding performance. Staying at the high school, I know we have a lot to report, but these are highlights from the BHS showcase that took place. I had a chance to attend. Thanks to all the families and community members who are in attendance, all of the different things that we have to offer at the high school and through our pathways. And it was great in a number of things here. And all of them contributed notably. Barnstable High School is going to be participating in the Massachusetts Partnership for Diversity in Education Career Fair. This is going to be on March 1st. This is a partnership that was spearheaded by the late John Reed, and I'm glad to see it continuing forward. So we will be there on March 1st at the Massachusetts Partnership for Diversity in Education Career Fair. In conclusion, I want to look at the outstanding achievements of our athletes. This was senior night for our Barnstable High School girls basketball team, who has had a good season. You know, they're working hard, but this is senior night for our Barnstable High School girls basketball team. There was a packed house last night for the crosstown game between Barnstable and DY. That young man there began the game with 5 consecutive three-point baskets. And in front of a sellout audience, the boys basketball team went forward to secure the victory. I don't mind mentioning our basketball team has won 11 straight games. And we'll be going on the road to face the Falmouth Clippers on Friday, looking to keep this successful season and winning streak going. Moving over to ice hockey. These are pictures of our girls' ice hockey team who is working hard and building up the program and continuing to do a good job finishing up the season. These are pictures from our girls' ice hockey team. Great job. And in conclusion, our boys' hockey team at home against Falmouth, got a chance to be at the game, went on to the victory. I believe it was 5-2 or something. They made a move in the second quarter and ran away. But our boys hockey team is playing very well. These are pictures from the home Falmouth game, another sold-out audience for people coming together, and it was a great time. And our athletes are doing outstanding things and representing Barnstable very well. Thank you.
All right. Superintendent's report.
Thank you. So I have some prepared comments tonight, but I do just want to touch upon a little bit from public comment. For those who are watching and who can't see what's happening in the room, we do have several administrators here. And when public comment was over, Mr. Canetta, the principal of the high school, and Mrs. Taylor, Mary Beth Taylor, who is in the central office, stepped out to talk to and address some of the concerns that were raised. And I think it's important to state at this point that Mary Beth Taylor is the district's designated civil rights coordinator as well as Title IX coordinator. And as such, she's been through a tremendous amount of training and continuous training on implementing all of the laws and regulations, both federally and state, and following a very prescribed set of grievance procedures, all of which are published on our website that people have access to. Her contact information is very publicly advertised on our website and in our school handbooks. And so I think it's important to recognize that this is something that we take very seriously. We do follow our grievance procedures. She may initiate complaints and initiate investigations out of her office, or she provides support at the school level to support what's happening there. So I do want people to know we can't address things that come to us here in public comment in the way that we want to. We want to address them when they're happening in real time in the schools. It is what students need. It's our moral obligation, and we certainly want everybody to feel like they belong and are safe. So just point you to our website for more information about those procedures. Continuing on, I want to do some shout outs for some of the things that I recently attended. Having attended the Lunar New Year Festival, want to congratulate our teacher Bo Wu and our Mandarin Chinese students for what was really an impressive and very well attended event on Saturday here in Hyannis, the 25th. Laura Gill, Allison Helene, and Valerie Barr worked with the students at BUES to put on an amazing concert. I couldn't believe the pack was filled with students and families, and it was really just a wonderful night, and the song selection was perfect for 4th and 5th graders. Congratulations to the entire faculty and staff at Barnstable High School, as well as the students who attended to showcase all of the amazing course offerings, extracurriculars, and pathways that we have at Barnstable High School, as well as some of our amazing facilities. I know we often talk about our facilities needs, and we certainly have a multitude of things to address, but we also have some amazing opportunities through our facilities, and that was certainly on showcase at Barnstable High in mid-January. And then recently, I'm losing track of my days here, but it may have been Friday, Team Covels from BIS came up to the high school, and that was under the leadership of Mike Andrews and English teacher Caitlin Sweeney, with curriculum coordinator Laura Welch in support, as well as other team teachers, Sydney Crook, Tim Hurley, and David Milligan. The students are working on their courage essays that get submitted for the Max Courage book and selection. It's a competitive process. And it was really amazing to see the students working in small groups with older student writing mentors. And everybody was benefiting. The younger students were benefiting from some academic support and some feedback on their writing, and then to watch the older students learn how to give feedback, which is a skill in and of itself, and talking to them about what they were getting out of the experience as well. So that was something that happens annually, but really wonderful to see in person. I also had the opportunity recently on January 24th to attend the Cape Cod Collaborative's Legislative Breakfast. That was held at the Dennis Yarmouth Intermediate School. Also had an opportunity to take a tour of their new school and see how it's laid out and talk with the principal there. The Cape and Island superintendents attended. Hope Hanscom, the new executive director, was in charge of the event and picked it up where Paul Hilton had left off. Certainly our state senators and state representatives from the Cape and Islands delegation were there. We heard updates from elected officials, including some information about the state budget and also about some of their legislative priorities. We had breakout discussions on common areas of interest, which include special education. There is some interest at the state level to do a study around special education, the same way that they have done about Chapter 70. Interdependency in the region, including things like housing, staffing, and healthcare. And then they asked me to facilitate a breakout discussion about facilities needs, both in terms of what individual districts are looking for from facilities, but also capital programs for collaboratives, because there is no MSBA for collaboratives right now. And so working with the legislature to advocate for those needs, and there are some ideas in play around having some capital money at the state level set aside to support collaborative buildings, because some of our most vulnerable students are in some of the oldest and most dilapidated schools. I also had the opportunity to attend the Mass Midwinter meeting, and I'm going to keep my comments about that brief, in part because a lot of it coincides with later agenda item about cell phone use. Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell presented on cell phones and social media in schools. It was mentioned, Riley had mentioned something about something happening at the state level. There's no cell phone ban mandated at the state level, but there is pending, or I would not say going to say pending, but potential legislation that the Attorney General has filed, which would put a bell-to-bell ban on cell phones in schools as a state level directive. While that's in play, she did also recently launch a toolkit for school leaders and communities, and I'll talk about some of those guidelines later on tonight when we get to that discussion. Dr. Jill Walsh also presented on teens, tech, and mental health. She is from Boston University, and we're now seeing, kind of a decade later, some research coming out about the influence of social media and cell phones on the brain and neuroscience and its impact on teens, in particular, teens as they go through puberty in the ages of 11 and 13. And so, the data is kind of messy. The impact of cell phones on some kids is more negative than it is on others, and some students certainly report some positive experiences through social media, and especially in terms of maybe connecting with people and developing that cohort of friends. But it was a very science-based discussion about what how the research is emerging on cell phone use and impact on teens, including impact with mental health. And then lastly, Dr. Cynthia Brazil from MIT presented on preparing children for success in the era of AI. Some takeaways from that was how it's advancing rapidly. I'm sure we're all aware of that and seeing that with our own tech use. She has a lab that she's working in to develop some AI-supported learning. She talked about the future workforce and the opportunity and the need for the future workforce to be ready to leverage AI. And then also there was some messaging around misuse and consequences. So this is something that I've actually taken a great interest in recently, and I'm doing some additional PD because I think we need to really be thinking about the place of AI, both in kind of the curriculum and education, for its opportunities, also the challenges that it presents or the worries that we need to be cautioned about, but then also productivity. Is there a way for us to be leveraging it a little bit more in our work? Couple other things that I wanted to bring to your attention, and I'll share some resources with you. The Say Something app is something that we have been working with and using at Barnstable High School. It is an anonymous reporting system put together by Sandy Hook Promise that enables students to anonymously report an issue 24/7, 365 days through an app, hotline, or website. They can report when they see a classmate who is at risk of harming themselves or others. Sometimes we've gotten reports where there might be an inappropriate dating situation, drug use, and it's been very, very helpful. Often we think of our safety features, including safety cameras, locked doors, and other physical attributes, which is certainly true. But cultivating a caring community where seeing something and saying something is embedded in the culture is perhaps the most effective safety tool that we have in place. So we are kind of recommitting to that and expanding the opportunity to use this anonymous reporting system to BIS at this time, and then we have the opportunity later to expand it to BUES. Students would anonymously report concerns. It goes to administration and SROs, so that's building level administration and SROs, as well as several of us at central office. So there's a lot of eyes on it, and there's a portal so we can see in real time who's responding and addressing it, and make sure that the tip is getting picked up. This happens after the report was vetted through a hotline. And there are people that are paid by Say Something to kind of do the initial intake and gather additional information from the reporter and kind of assess the severity of what's coming in terms of does it need an immediate response, or and in which case it might go to 911. But it's been a really, I think, really useful tool, and with the information that comes in, it might trigger a bullying investigation. We might complete a threat assessment of the situation using our protocols, might be referral to an SRO. It just all depends on, but it allows us to put some resources in place to follow up. So the administrators have received their training. We are sharing it with staff this week, which includes a video. And I will send it to you so you can see a little bit more about it. And there will be an orientation for students and some information going home to families within the next few weeks. We do anticipate an uptick in reporting after the training, after which it'll probably level out to a typical spot. And then coinciding with that, I mentioned threat assessments, and as a district, this is part of our district improvement plan, part of our goals, which is to implement a new to us, it's been around for actually a couple, maybe 10 or 20 years, evidence-based model for conducting threat assessments. We had previously had kind of a homegrown process, and people worked very hard in putting it together, and it had a lot of basis behind it. But I think this is a little more simple and streamlined and evidence-based to support it. And it came about at the University of Virginia, and they developed a set of guidelines in their education department for school administrators to use in responding to a reported threat of violence. It emphasizes early attention to problems, such as bullying, teasing, and other forms of student conflict before they escalate. And school staff members are encouraged to adopt a flexible problem-solving approach, intended to generate broader changes in the nature of staff-student interactions around discipline and encourage more positive school climates in which students feel treated with fairness and respect. There's a series of questions and a decision-making tree that the threat assessment teams go through. And these teams include our principals, our counselors, school psychologists, and our SROs. And they go through this decision-making tree. It doesn't take very long, which is good. You need some immediate, and it also doesn't then rest on one person. There are multiple people with multiple eyes looking at a situation. And the determination may be that there's no threat. Somebody may have overheard a student talking about shooting something up, and it was actually in reference to a game that they were talking about. And so they would do the threat assessment and take it seriously, but then in investigating and talking to the student, identify that there was no threat present. It could be a transient threat or a substantive threat. Examples of transient threats might be jokes or statements that are made in anger, expressions or feelings of figures of speech, but not a genuine intent to harm someone. So once I overheard a student kind of jostling with another student, probably they were in elementary school, probably 8 or 9 years old, jostling, getting off a bus, and one kid says either, I'm gonna kill you. It was the context around which it was said not in a actual intent, but it was something that would have gone through the process and been deemed a transient threat. Anything that cannot be clearly identified and resolved as a transient threat is considered as substantive, which always require protective action to prevent the threat from being carried out. And so that could be something like a fight, that there's intent to fight, and that would have one response, or kind of at the most extreme or worst case scenario, there's an intent against a credible threat against the entire school, in which case there would be a much serious response with law enforcement. And so it's really kind of a nice framework to look into these and really take the facts of the matter into consideration. So this is being rolled out with faculty and staff on the Professional Development Day on Friday at BIS and BHS, and then will be rolled out elsewhere in the district to faculty and staff later this spring. So I'll share that information with you as well. There's a 10-hour training that all of the administrators and threat assessment team members have gone through, and this orientation's about 90 minutes for faculty and staff so that they're aware of what is happening. I attended the BIS faculty meeting yesterday, and the counselor and assistant principal all had very positive comments to say as the staff were being oriented to the process. From an equity lens, studies show lower rates of suspension, and racial disparities in suspension in schools are also reduced using this model. So that is something that I wanted to add as we considered bringing it into the district. I've just 2 other things I'll share. I want to wish the best to our future problem solvers. They are embarking on their qualifying problem. This is at BIS and BHS on Friday, February 7th. They are in the qualifying round, and the top, middle, and senior divisions can bid to compete at the Massachusetts FPS Bowl at Clark University in Worcester on March 29th. So wishing them the best. They always do great, and is really something for us to, I think, really celebrate is our Gateway program, and that we have gifted and talented enrichment for our students here in Barnstable. And I'll end there.
Any questions? Peter, Andre?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. I just needed some clarification in terms of the Cape Cod Collaborative meeting that took place at DY, I believe it was last Friday. Again, in terms of, you said the Attorney General and guidance that you've received concerning student privacy and confidentiality, was that?
So the legislative breakfast was before the Attorney General issued that guidance, which came out actually came out that afternoon, I want to say. So we didn't have that in hand yet. And so there was a lot happening at the legislative breakfast. There was not much, there wasn't much about that yet.
Understood. Legislative priorities that were discussed?
So I know that Representative Vieira talked about creating an opportunity for municipalities to go for building funds to support collaboratives. So that is something that he is looking at. There was also discussion about some favorabilities, balance, surplus. There's a surplus in the monies from the billionaire's tax, and so there is likely to be some sort of supplemental appropriation. So there was some kind of discussion about what might work into that in there. Typically, the billionaire's tax funds go towards pre-K and higher ed, but we were kind of talking about, are there any potential ways to seek out some supplemental appropriation out of that surplus? A lot of new folks, representing the Cape and Islands, who I think are kind of newly being introduced, so they didn't necessarily have legislative priorities listed there. But like I said, there's some legislation pending about looking at special education and kind of doing a full review about what the needs are across the Commonwealth. And then from a facility standpoint, there is some proposed legislation that would include collaboratives as being an entity that could go for MSBA funds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mike?
How long was the say something app, or the one you were talking about, that anonymous? How long has that been in the district? It's been in.
Kristen might have a better sense of the time.
Probably like 10, 15. Yeah, like somewhere around there. Okay, just curious. So now it's finally moving down to the younger kids.
Yeah, it hadn't been in the intermediate school,
Yeah,
but we
no.
think with sort of the advancement of technology and their use in younger grades
That's a
and
great
some of the
idea.
behavior that we're seeing
that's a great
and
idea.
concerns, just bringing it to younger.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Assistant Superintendent Report. Kristen?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I would also like to start with a couple of shout outs, some opportunities that I had to get in out and about, some of which Andre has mentioned, but I was lucky enough to attend the Poetry Out Loud event at the high school on January 23rd. It was the 16th annual Poetry Out Loud school-wide competition. I cannot even begin to say how brave those students are to get up in front of their friends, their colleagues, and have the passion and the voice, their selection of the poems. And I think what's really wonderful is the English classes come and are in the audience, and they've all gone through this in the classroom. So they have this entire appreciation for their friends that are up on stage, knowing that they had a micro scale, and now this is really in front of a much larger group, and they have such an appreciation and respect for their friends that are up there bearing their souls. I also was able to attend the Credit for Life Fair. It was the 12th annual, although I might have to do some fact checking on that because I do believe it's been around a little bit longer than that. I would like to recognize Jen Borgeson and Tina Crook for their work in organizing it. It is not a easy feat, but it is in partnership with Cape Cod 5, and again, that has been an ongoing partnership for this event. And it's just this, it has shifted to virtual, like a virtual experience. They use their technology, which is a change from when we first started this, but it really gives students an opportunity to create a monthly budget with expenses and making decisions between needs and wants. But for some, this is really the first experience with trying to do some budgeting, and they walk away with a kind of an eyes wide open of, something that they're going to have to be more aware of, their credit score, credit cards and interest rates. It really is just a fabulous event, and I'm so glad that we have Cape Cod 5 to partner with on this. Another thing that Andre had mentioned was the mock trial, and I would also like to give my congratulations to the mock trial team. This is actually the first time they've advanced this far in over 9 years, so it was really exciting. And I just wanted to call out the team members, senior captains Colin Shearley and Brendan Wojciechowski, juniors Tomas Fernandez, Morgan Miller, and Henry Richardson, sophomore Javi Vallejo, and freshman students Glara Augusta, Mena Collins, and Marissa Nardone. And I apologize for not saying your names correctly if you're listening. But this was just a big, really exciting time for our mock trial team. We have had this in place for a long time, and this is really their first moving forward. So they had to argue both sides, plaintiff and defense, of a case as lawyers and provide witness testimony for both sides based on the Massachusetts Bar Association's trial packet that was provided. I thought I had the details of what the court case was. But they will be going forward on March 2nd to Clark University. So congratulations to the mock trial team, and kudos to Jen Holland for supporting that. And then finally, just as a reminder, Friday, February 7th is District in Service Day, so it's a half day for students, and the afternoon is dedicated to professional development for staff. Secondary, grades 6 through 12 staff will continue to engage with the ongoing professional development that we've had throughout the course of the year, of supporting multilingual learners through effective Tier 1 instruction. And then our elementary staff will be focusing on, or again, continuing the professional development on supporting in the implementation of our new literacy program at the K-5 level. This staff will have in both levels, staff will have time to really apply the learning from prior PD, giving them time and collaboration for this, extending their new knowledge from the prior PD session. So our feedback has been positive related to having this opportunity for time. There is a lot of information that is being shared with staff, and this structure is in response to some of the feedback from our surveys. So, thank you.
Any questions?
I know, just a very brief comment. You mentioned the mock trials. Andre Slide did too, and that's fantastic. I used to coach that, as you know. And years ago, to advance, which we did a few times, even to Boston, it's really hard. There are some schools that actually have a mock trial class, like a quarterly class, and they go to that every day. These kids go well, as far as I know, they used to go once a week after school, and they had to do a ton of preparation. All volunteer. That, to me, as much as I used to talk it up and I'd make sure it'd get on the announcements at school and all that stuff, they never got enough credit for what they did, even if they didn't advance, even if they lost the first trial or whatever. But it was something that always kind of, I don't know why, it just kind of went under the radar, even when they did really well. And I always felt it shouldn't. This is such a good group of kids who volunteered their time to represent Barnstable in a real scholarly endeavor. And so it's so great to hear that they're back. That's all.
Andre? Mike? Okay, and I'm all set. Old business. Item 4.1, discussion on cell phones in schools. So this is a follow-up to a question that was asked at the last school committee meeting so that we could hear an update and have a discussion.
Kathy, if I might, while Jason comes forward, I can just set the stage at sort of the big picture level. Certainly we've seen lots of different cell phone policies go into place across the state and also across the country. The Attorney General, as I had mentioned, has filed legislation for a bell-to-bell ban on social media use in schools. The Attorney General's office is also looking at ways to hold social media companies accountable for some of the harms that studies are showing teens in particular experience or children experience, as well as providing opportunities to educate. But in the meantime, there's a toolkit and guidance for local decision makers about their own policies should that legislation not come to pass. And I have put the guideline framework in board docs this afternoon. I had sent it to Kathy and Peter previously as part of the policy subcommittee, but it's available for all school committee members in board docs. But basically, she's highlighting disruptions to the school environment. She has quoted some superintendents in terms of reports of disruptions of cell phones and social media to students, including things like mental health, self-worth, and esteem, planning disruptions like fights on social media, filming fights, and risky and destructive behaviors, and putting something out, recognizing that people are looking for some guidelines around what to do. So I think it's a good read to look at and to consider. There are, in part, she's talking about 3 different types of policies, one being bell to bell, so start to finish, no access, which would be contrasted with off and away policies, which is more similar to what we have in our schools, related to, it's off and away during instructional time, but there are other times during the day when students can use them, and then limited use. The guidebook talks about considerations and tips on implementing a policy, including your communication and why, and bringing stakeholders along. Parents are going to have a multitude of perspectives. Students have their own perspectives. You heard from one of the envoys today. We didn't go into the breakfast asking about their opinions on cell phones, but they did volunteer them. And then she asked if we thought that it would be appropriate to bring up tonight, and I said, I actually do. There's an agenda item, and I think if you wanted to share, but as older students and as seniors, they were talking about the ways that they are using their cell phones during the day, a lot of them to connect with their younger siblings, arrange transportation. Many of them have internships. And so they were using their phones related to internships. So there are some, kind of worries that they have, because we also asked, too, about the Yonder pouches. What do you think if it were locked away? Not that you couldn't unlock it for a necessary use, you could, but we did talk with them a little bit about it. And, one idea they had was around sort of distinguishing developmentally. You've got 8th graders and 12th graders in the building, and that's one of the things to consider, certainly across the district, what would we need to think about developmentally? Our younger kiddos may not have cell phones, but many of them have Apple Watches. And so I do get questions from principals about what should we tell families about Apple Watches. And so we ask that they're not enabled during the day for with internet, but that can sometimes be a hard conversation. And then a big piece is around education and having a digital media education for families, for students about the impact of cell phone use, talking about the harms, talking about verifying accuracy of information, and then not necessarily assuming, this came from Dr. Jill Walsh at the superintendent's conference, not necessarily assuming that when we pull tech out that it's going to be filled with the things that we want it to be filled with. And so just keeping in mind that we may need to remove the technology, but then also work on their development of skills like talking to each other and socialization and play and just being in tune to what are we adding, what are we taking away, and then what are we also adding to enrich their experience, and that's where some of the community norms come about from that guidebook. So I think the takeaway was that a policy may be good, but it's not necessarily going to solve all of the problems, and really think holistically about it and working with our communities. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason to talk a little bit more about what's happening in the building.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to shift gears for 30 seconds because I'm going to talk about the mock trial team as well, since everyone did. But we talked about them advancing to regionals. It's been 9 years since. And one thing that I love is the underdog story. So I believe our mock trial team has not won a competition in several years. And to advance, they had to go 3-0. So they're undefeated this year. We went from 0 to 3-0. That is a complete 180. So it's not just advancing in 9 years, but it's going from not winning a competition to now they're 3-0. So it just needs to be said. So kudos to the mock trial team, Ms. Holland, and all the students. Excellent job. It's one of the many things that we have as a spotlight, a bright spotlight at the high school. And just a funny little tidbit this morning when we were talking to the students and we brought up the Yonder pouches, I think a few chimed in immediately and said, that's illegal, you know? So, there it is. The conversation went one of many ways, as it has throughout the year when we've talked about cell phones. We've had some school visits. We've had site visits. This is a topic that's not going away anytime soon. It's not something that's going to be fixed overnight. And I think we can all agree this is not a Barnstable issue. This is not a high school issue. This is not a adolescent issue. Forgive me for saying this, but I think we see this everywhere. We see individuals on their cell phones at youth sports. If you go to the Barnstable High School basketball team, how many individuals are on their cell phones? We had a large audience a few hours ago during individuals speaking. How many individuals were on their cell phones? This is a real thing. And one of the pieces that I took away this morning speaking with the students is the education piece. How can we help our students with really what the issue is, where we're seeing adults having a real difficult time with cell phones, let alone 13 to 18-year-old students. This is a big, big issue, and I think this is a responsibility at the school to try and educate our students, but most importantly, have them understand what really matters, why you're coming to school, the importance of coming to school, and what they can do to maximize their opportunities to receive high-quality education at our building. So what I wanted to do tonight was share with you a little bit of some information. We gave a survey to our staff at the end of, we're halfway through the year, so coming back in January, we reviewed some data from our staff with regards to cell phones and a few of the questions that we asked. One of which was during the instructional time, approximately how often do you need to redirect students due to cell phone use? A quarter of our staff say rarely, and close to 50% say 1 to 4 times per day, which is a good start to where we're going compared to what I've heard before. But on the flip side, we still have a quarter of our staff that are saying at least 5 to 10 plus times. We have a lot of work that we still need to do, but we're starting to see that constant reminders of having classroom expectations, routines over the announcements are helping, but there's a lot more that needs to be done to try and curb this completely. The next piece was when we asked what percentage of your students are regularly distracted from a lesson due to cell phone use. 2/3 have been reported as rarely effective. So is this an isolated situation? Is it school-wide, or is it a pocket of students that are just having a very difficult time on their cell phones? But on the flip side, 1/3 of them saying it's close to all students. So where's the discrepancy? In some classes, it's not a problem, but in some classes, it's also a problem. One piece that I feel comfortable sharing, and I'm happy to hear, when we asked how consistent the current policy of students is being enforced, close to 50% of our staff are saying it's consistent to very consistently enforced. I think that's a big piece of this. It's one thing if I'm on the announcements, if we're asking parents and guardians to please put your cell phones away, but it's another thing to support our staff. If we don't support our staff, they're not going to carry out what that message is. They're not going to carry out what the discipline is, and they're probably going to give up at one point saying, why am I fighting this battle if I don't have the support? So it's great to hear that the acknowledgement of the administration and other parties are supporting the staff. But again, we do have a quarter of staff that do not feel as though they're being supported. So again, there's a lot of work that we need to do to really understand what it is that our staff need to be able to hold up this policy, but also what it is that has our students going back to our cell phones over and over again with the mindset and understanding that school is the most important thing. So rather than focus on your education, why are we constantly going back to our phones? It's a big, big issue, and that's something that we have to curb at our school, but also outside of our school, outside of our community, and probably statewide. Another question that we asked, at the high school, cell phones are currently permitted during non-instructional time. How important do you think it is for students to be able to continue some access to their device during the school day? 2/3 immediately said it is not important. We want students to be focused on what's happening going from Class A to Class B. They don't need cell phones in the hallways. They don't need cell phones in the cafeterias. But we also have 1/3 of our staff that feel as though that they should have a break, that they should be able to come out of a class after working hard for 60 minutes and be able to de-stress, or maybe use a phone for what the phone's really worth and for, which is communicating to parents, communicating to your teachers, checking your Aspen grades. There's a whole array of why students are on their phones. And when you talk to some of the students and they tell you why they're using their phones, you know, if a child says, I'm checking to find my schedule, I'm checking Aspen, it's a tough argument to come back and say, oh, please don't, but there is a time and a place. So maybe that might not be the time and the place, but you also want to give them kudos for actually caring about their studies. So we're in a tough place right now. And I think we've said this several times. If we knew what the recipe was, we'd all say, let's go for it and move on. I think we're still trying to figure this out. At our school, in our town, at the state level, you know, what is the magic recipe? We don't know. And the situations that we deal with at our school may be different than other schools as well. So when we gave the staff an opportunity to express kind of their concerns, we were all over the place. But there were some things that were brought up that staff believe socially they need to be talking and interacting with their peers, not their phones. That's a big thing. When you come into a school and you want to interact with students, we're finding that some students are having a difficult time just having a quick conversation, and they want to revert back to on their phones. And that's a very important skill that we want to instill into our students each and every day, to have that face-to-face conversation, to be able to go to the cafeteria and sit down and say, hey, how's your weekend? What's going on? And instead I'd rather whatever it is they do on their phone, do on their phone. That's a big problem. Something else, staff were saying that there's a huge difference between age of students. And we heard that from some of the students that we spoke to this morning, where maybe it's something that we want to look into with our younger students, our 8th and 9th graders, versus have our juniors and seniors shown that they have enough responsibility to be able to hold their phones and use it when necessary. Is it something that we want to look at with regards to age? Another comment was the educating of students and how cell phone use is affecting their learning and mental, physical health as well. And one thing I think about is, for years and years, we've had health class to teach them how to take care of themselves, how to, feed themselves properly, to keep bad things out of their body. But now there's something about just the whole mental aspect. Are we teaching our students the impact of being on their cell phones over and over again? And that has to have some type of impact. But we haven't really lifted a big surface of discussions in our classroom and how impactful this is for our students. So it's something to think about. A staff member said, I use the caddy every day for all my classes, and I see a lot of benefit to using it. But what we're also finding is when you have rules set in place, it needs to be carried out by all staff. And some staff feel as though that it's important to have a routine each and every day, and some staff believe I should not have to discuss this. This should be expected, and you walk into the class, you put your cell phone down, and I don't want to waste the minutes of just constantly redirecting and reminding students, please put your cell phones away. So there's a mindset in the building that's spread out thin. Everyone has their own thoughts as to what they need to do. Then you have some staff that say they're glad that students can be on their cell phone. It's a great opportunity to talk with their friends. It's a great opportunity to connect with home. And if their parents or guardians have any questions, it's a direct way that they can contact their students rather than call the main office. If they don't get in touch with someone at the main office, then we get the emails, and then we hear about how we can't communicate with individuals in the school. So it goes all over the place. And I can continue to read comment after comment, and I think it just comes back to the whole question of, where do we go with this? And I think if we all knew what the recipe was, we would all say, let's go. But we could go one of many ways, and I think the way that we go may be different than the way a different school goes, and they may have different problems than what we're facing right now. But the good thing is we're starting to hear that there's more control in the classroom, and I think one of the biggest focus here is we want to maximize the instruction in the classroom. When I came on board the first day, that was one of the biggest things that I read in the survey, was cell phones were a detriment to the educational process. We want the cell phones out of the classroom, and I think we have made a strong effort to remove this from the classroom, and I will agree that there's a lot more work that we can do just in the classroom, but then from there you take a step back and you realize there's a lot more than just the classroom. So this is not going away anytime soon. And it's something that we're educating our students about, but maybe it's something that we also need to educate people on the outside about. I don't know about all of you, but I have control of my child's cell phone. And if I want to shut it off, I can shut it off. And maybe that's an option that parents don't even know about. So there's a lot of education that needs to come with this. It's not just students, it's staff, it's parents, it's guardians, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I'm glad that we're on the right track, but definitely we have a lot more work to do.
Questions, Jen, or comments?
Yeah, I have a couple comments about it. I mean, when I look at kids and their cell phone use, I mean, I remember going to the playground with my kid, and the parents were on the playground, and the kids were climbing around in the jungle gym, and the parents were like this. You know, so this is not something that, like, I feel like we villainize the kids a little bit, but they're learning from home.
Absolutely.
That's the bottom line. So we all have culpability in that. And then I struggle a little bit with the school system being the elixir for it. Because, you know, we really expect schools to deal with all our big problems, right? And I don't know that, I want my kid to have a cell phone. He goes to Barnstable, I want him to have his cell phone. Because if something happens, and sometimes something does, I know about it in real time. So I would never support a ban. I'm just going to be honest about that. And I know a lot of moms agree with me, just because that's the quickest way to know if your kid is safe or not. And we have that as a tool, and we want that. I want that as a parent. I do think there's a lot to the idea of kind of gauging maturity, and if we do that through, you know, through grade or through age, I think there's probably a really compelling argument about that. And I remember you talking about last time you were in here about starting in younger grades. And I think there's something to be said about training.
Absolutely.
Training children. Like, so they may all have their iPhone watches, but you may not see kids on cell phones because they have Apple computers. And they can text that way. From they look like they're doing their work.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like it's a sieve. You know, but I do like the idea of training kids so that they understand what the expectations are. And I think we're doing a lot of that. We're doing a lot of modeling good student behavior, thanks to you and other people who are in as administrators, modeling good behavior from a young age up, giving them an identity as a member of the Barnstable school system, and on and on. And so I think that is good. And I have to go back to the idea of the school system taking on the burden of fixing the problem, when it's actually, we're looking at it as a problem, but the whole world is on this all the time.
Right.
So I don't know if it's a problem as much as it is a change.
Sure.
You know? So, I mean, that's my concern, is that, like, I think we're moving in the right direction. Absolutely. And I also like the idea of, so, okay, 8th grade you can't do it, 9th grade you can't do it, kind of like the junior, senior cafeteria.
Right.
You know, it's a reward. Congratulations. Right. You're 15, you're 16, you're 17. We're depending on you. Mm-hmm. And the guidelines still apply. We don't want you to do that in class, and if you do, we're going to hear about it, and then we're going to have to treat you like a baby.
Sure.
You know, so maybe there's something to that idea, but I really would never support a school-wide ban.
The exposure to the younger students is very important too, because they see it. Even if they don't have a cell phone, they see the impacts. You just talked about a young child on the playground, and maybe they do 5 incredible somersaults and whatnot, and they look up and they miss it.
Yeah.
I coach my daughter's club soccer team. I had a child had an unbelievable goal. The first thing they do, and I've said this before, they look up and the moment's missed, but the child is old enough to realize, wow, my parent must be on something so important on that phone. So they start to see how important that phone is, because my parent missed my 5 somersaults, or my parent missed that goal. So they see it even if they don't have a phone. So I think starting to teach them at a younger age to kind of curb this behavior is very, very important.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, parents give their phones to, and I might have been guilty of it a few times myself, to their 7-year-old. I just need a minute with your father. I just need to talk to him about something. Here, play a game, right? So it becomes like, if I act out enough, then I get, you know. So I think we're talking about coping with global change, and not fixing a problem that's regional, national, worldwide. It's adaptation.
Sure.
Is what it is.
And for the thousands watching, I am guilty of it as well.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and say I don't see my phone. Yeah. Sometimes I want to throw it against the wall, which is also not a good behavior, but it's everywhere. There's no avoiding it. So how do we minimize it to maximize the opportunity that our students have in the classroom?
Right, and the threat really becomes like ginning up You know, I spoke to several school resource officers about this when I was running for school committee. You know, ginning up possible like criminal activity, or, you know, I'll meet you at the mall later and we'll blah, 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 and then back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So just an interruption in that behavior goes a long way. So if you do it, you know, class specific, that interrupts that. You know, it doesn't get the momentum that it necessarily would have in another way. So I won't take any more time. I do appreciate like all the effort that goes into it, but I just see it as a much more, I don't think there's a panacea. I think we just have to learn how to adapt. Thank you.
I agree.
Peter?
Yes, thanks. I'm going to probably say just the opposite of Jen right now. It's a problem. It seems like it's doing much better. We seem to be solving the problem. I know it was a big issue with the faculty last year, as we've discussed, and you seem to be on the right track. However, it's still a problem. I mean, to me, it's simple. I'd probably go with the yonder pouch. Get rid of them. It's a problem. Done. Just to know where I'm coming from. You know, raising kids years ago. If my kids are watching, they'll be so embarrassed by this. We had from I think it was 4 to 7 o'clock. It was called net time. It was no electronics time. Now, cell phones are just coming out, TV and stuff. You had to read a book. You had to sit around the table. You had to talk about your day. You helped with dinner, whatever. But there were the phone would ring. No one moves.
We call that forced family fun.
It's forced family fun. That's right. So that's where I'm coming from. Sure. I mean, you know, the phone would ring and I'd say, "Oh my God, it's probably school. Something it's really important." And I'd be dying myself, but I wouldn't answer it because it's net time. I feel the same way about cell phones. You got a problem with this? They're done. But I am not, you know, the all-seeing authority on this. You would have much better feel on this cell phone issue. I just want to help the staff with the real problem. Sure. And, you know, I would then choose, you know, some type of bell-to-bell policy. But maybe that's not right. Maybe you're still seeing it getting better and better and better and better. And you as the administrative leader are pressing this every day. I don't know. I don't hear your announcements every day. There's always going to be some staff who's, you know, who cares about cell phones? No, you can't have that. You can't have that because it has to be kind of we're all in this together type thing.
I would agree.
And I would never allow 12th and 11th graders to use their cell phones, but the 10th and 9th and 8th can't. That's a recipe for disaster. It's not fair. It's not fair. So I'm still here to help however I can. Just say the word. We need a policy for sure, and I'm on the policy committee. And God help us if I write the policy. But
the point is to get the policy passed, right?
yes,
Keep that in mind,
yes.
You're going to have kids picking in your house.
I know it.
I don't want to be at your
But
house on Halloween.
I'm here. I say this from my heart. I'm here to help you, and I'm here to help the staff of all of our schools. Whatever you want, I will do everything I can to get that for you, be it money, be it a policy, be it whatever. Just tell me what to do to fix this policy, and I'll do it. Thanks.
Andre?
Yeah, for me, you know, I echo those sentiments that this does need to be addressed in a certain capacity. The question is, of course, how. I mean, we're living in the 21st century. We're not living in the 20th century, and so you have to recognize the realities of the information age. Okay, you know, but how do you go about that in a practical and pragmatic from a practical and pragmatic fashion? So, you know, with the Study Act, you know, I was proud to see that this legislation was sponsored by Representative Senator Julian Sayre from right here on the Cape and Islands. You know, and it's directing districts to formulate a policy. Now, we have a cell phone policy, okay, in terms of devices not being present or, you know, sitting here reading our policy. My question for you, you know, somebody that has experience, first year, hearing a lot of positive things, culture, climate, morale. You have experience working in big districts. Okay? How is this policy working so that we can get progressively better? Because we're living in the 21st century, not just the information age. We're going forward with AI, right? There are systemic changes that are centered around technology. We're not going to go back into, to the, but, just from the standpoint of classroom management,
Sure.
When there is that firm resistance, the student has the cell phone out, you redirect them once, firm no, you redirect them again, and then now we have a situation because, and again, I'm interested to hear what you've dealt with. We're a big district. Right. There's a lot, if sometimes maybe you can implement something on a smaller scale that might not be appropriate on a larger scale. So that's how is our policy working, and how can the policy that we have continue to improve, recognizing the realities that we're facing?
Well, I think similar to teaching a class, everyone's going to, we may teach the same concepts. The delivery is going to be a little bit different. Some people are going to be a little bit more comfortable with the delivery versus others. And what do we have to do is go in and work with that individual that is having a difficult time delivering whatever it is. Very similar to rules, expectations. You talk about a cell phone policy. Clearly, in the data that's discussed here, some of our staff is very comfortable addressing a policy and having routines. And clearly, we have some staff that need some help and support for whatever reason. And for us as building leaders, we need to know our staff. We need to understand the ones that are having a control with this, but also the ones that we have to help implement this. As Mr. Good said, a policy is only as good as how we implement it. We all have to be on the same page. If we're not on the same page, the policy really doesn't help, and it actually will pit one another against each other. So we have to make sure that we know our staff, and especially the ones that are struggling, we have to make sure we're going in there to help and support, not just with the cell phone policy, but anything for the day-to-day operations. But specific to cell phones, who are the individuals that are having a difficult time? Why are they having a difficult time? And then what are we going to do to help and support that individual?
Thank you, because our policy states students may use personal technology in the classroom for educational purposes. So it exists, one-to-one technology. Everyone has a Chromebook. Cell phone, is different than that, but it has to be for educational purposes. No cell phone, smartwatch use in the classroom for things that are going to distract you, things that are going to escalate situations, all of the other attributes that are real things. And I'll just conclude, because something that's central in this is the mental health piece of it.
Of course.
Meaning, not necessarily that a student is not using their cell phone, but things are going on in that technology space that are hurting them, that are affecting them, that are really impacting how they go to school. And this is why our cybersecurity seminars have been outstanding through the district attorney's office and at the different schools. But talking about the fact that, you know what I mean? And I'm not as old. I'm older than I used to be is the point. But it used to be, we have an issue. I'll see you at the bus stop. Okay, we might have, but then it's over. But with the technology, these kids cannot get away from each other. They cannot get away from each other. And those students are interested that how are we identifying? And a lot of the students, it's quiet. They might not evidence anything, but there is something serious going on, and how can we get ahead of that rather than be reacting to a situation that escalates?
Mike?
I think you're doing a heck of a job. Good job. I'll tell you what, I remember having a meeting. It got to a point where I think it was before Peter and Andre. I don't think you guys were in when we had the meeting with the staff at the high school. We were in the library, and it was about cell phones, and it was at that point it was the Wild West, and just listening to what you're doing. Personally, I agree with Jen. This is a society issue, a world society issue. We at Barnstable High School, and you as the principal, I don't expect you to fix the society issue. And unfortunately, nowadays, I think schools are taxed with fixing too many society ills. They're like, oh, the schools will take care of it. No funding, but schools will take care of it. Well, you know what? It's society needs to kind of chip in and help with that. So I think your recipe, personally, keep doing what you're doing. Because listening to that survey compared to being in that room 3 years ago in the library is night and day. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think it was going to even be that good. because I know where it was 3 years ago. So you're doing a heck of a job with whatever you're doing. I agree with Peter. Whatever you need for resources, just keep doing what you're doing and don't let us be the roadblock for you. Your responsibility is to come to us and tell us, hey, knock it off. This is what I need. That's what your job is. And through the superintendent, that's the only thing I'm asking you to do. Keep doing what you're doing. And if we get in your way, tell us to knock it off, because you're the foremost expert on this. And whether it's a policy or don't do a policy or whatever you need from us, as far as I'm concerned, I think you're the expert on it, so we're going to go to you for it. And if you said to me tomorrow, let's do a band, then I wouldn't argue that, because I think you are way smarter than I am in this, or in a lot of things. But so just keep doing what you're doing. And personally, if there's anything that I'll speak for all of us saying, is there's anything that we can do to help you keep making progress, by all means, that's what our job is. So keep doing what you're doing, because like I said, that is way better than it would have been 3 years ago. Unbelievably night and day. So you're doing it. Keep it going.
Thank you. It's really about the staff and the students.
And I know you're going to say the other administration
be
and your
said.
staff.
It has to
And
be said.
it is. Like you said, you got to have buy-in from everybody, and I get that. But it also starts with the leader, because we had other leaders, and it 3 years ago wasn't there. And we had leaders. So it's also setting a whole tone through the building, not just with cell phones, but there's a lot of other things that go into that. But it's a societal issue that I don't think we can hold that on you or even the five of us to figure out. Because you know what? We're all addicted to it. It isn't our kids. My only question would be, just to help you, have we looked at what's our, and I know we don't policy, but what's our practice in the 6-7 building, 4-5 building? Because I'm always one, like whenever we talk about discipline in the school system and the high school is having issues, I don't believe the problems start in the high school. I believe I have 4 kids. You know what? I had 4 teenagers. All 4 of my kids were teenagers at the same time. People are like, wow, that must have been really interesting. It was really easy, because my wife and I were consistent since the time they were 2 years old up till they were 24 still. And you know what? So it made it really easy by that time, because they knew mom and dad's expectations. And it would never changed in all of those years. So what do we have for expectations for our kids kind of through the other schools?
So what I can say is the biggest difference that I've seen being in both
Because you were at
buildings-
6-7 building too, right?
Correct.
So
the students have the luxury of having the phones in the hallways and the cafeteria versus there was no cell phones whatsoever at BIS. And of course, the 7th graders going up to the high school, the first thing that they were so excited about wasn't the food, wasn't the extracurriculars. It was, I get to use my cell phone in the hallways and the cafeteria now. So they go from basically a zero tolerance policy from the moment you walk into the building to the moment you leave. There's no cell phone. And speaking with Mr. Arlington and some staff, they're continuing that policy. So kudos to Mr. Arlington and everyone at BIS, students and staff. And then when you come to the high school, you have a little bit more.
So you got to change that expectation of, oh, I'm going to the high school. Oh, I get to use my phone whenever I want. That's more what you're battling. Is everybody coming through 7th grade is like, oh, wow, next year I get the freedom of using my phone, and you have to, that's kind of what your headwind is, I would guess.
The more connections that we can make between BIS and BHS, cell phones, curriculum, the better off we're going to be as a community. So that's definitely something we want to continue the partnership.
And the other thing I'll just say, as a parent, I also, the way we parented, and I'm not telling people how to parent because we all do our own thing, but you also, kind of like you were saying about different grades get different expectations. For the way we did it, as you got older, you got more responsibility. And you need to have to learn how to deal with responsibility. So, I mean, like, I kind of, like, agree with that, kind of like, as you're getting old, because you know what, a 12th grader next year is going to go to college. Well, if you have a zero tolerance, and then all of a sudden they go off to college, we don't just lose them at 12th grade. We're supposed to make good citizens and successful people. So I don't necessarily agree with the 0 to no, because like what happens at 6-7, they have 0, and then in 8th grade they have all this freedom, and they don't know what to do with it. So it's also kind of teaching what to do with the freedom. You know what I mean?
I do. And I think it would be a next step where grade 7 students coming to the high school as 8th graders, instead of, oh, I have all this freedom now, we're educating our students so they understand, yes, I might be able to use my cell phone, but I know how important it is to be in class. I know how important it is to keep my eyes up and have conversations with other students, other staff members. So yes, if we can shift the mindset of
Yeah.
what's really important, I think that will go a long way.
Okay, well, keep up the good work. Excellent job.
Sarah, do you want to address what's happening at BUES quickly and the elementary level?
Sure. So similar to BIS, phones are away, stowed away, they're off and in lockers at BUE. And then K to 3, they're not supposed to be brought into school at all. Sometimes we do see things brought in. Sometimes that comes into play with respect to being lost or broken or stolen, in terms of the responsibility that the little ones have. Watches are probably the biggest area of concern, because students might have, smart watches that parents are able to kind of connect with the students on. So in that case, they ask first that they not come into school, but if they are in school, that they're in a particular mode, so that they're not distracting.
I really don't have much to add other than what was said, and I too believe that we're here to support the staff and go by their direction. I have not had a chance to read the staff satisfaction survey yet, so, right, so I'm assuming there could be some references in that survey that gives us some additional direction. But as Peter said, we have no standalone policy on the cell phone. It's kind of lumped in there with technology, and the issue is different from how to use your devices. So I think we as adults understand everything that we have is for educational purposes while on school grounds, where that may not be clear in the policy manual. So I'm sure it will be back on the policy agenda at some point.
And I'm sure I will probably speak to you all in a few months about cell
Right.
phones, and this is not going away, but, in the
Yeah.
end, we still have a lot of work to do. and I'll
But
be
I
the first
thank
to say.
you, I do thank you.
Point of information, I just wanted to, Kathy, to your point about us not having a cell phone policy, if you go on our website, under cell phone policy, it does outline the policy at Barnstable High School and what's going on there. Were you saying that we don't have necessarily a district-wide, okay, but for the community just to be aware, and again, the good work that's going on, we want that to continue. But if you did look up cell phone policy, you would have access to the policy that's at Barnstable High School.
Thank you so much for staying so late.
Thank you. Go Red Hawks.
To finish up old business, we're on number 4.2 is approve the school committee 2025-2026 meeting schedule. One thing that, before a motion comes up, I actually wanted to have a brief discussion about Wednesday, July 16. I have a conflict, and so I know the 9th, the hearing room was not available. I'm wondering whether that meeting date might be changed to the 23rd of July. And if there is no time available in the hearing room, perhaps we could hold it elsewhere, if that works for everybody. Other than that, did anybody else have any concerns about the calendar? Would you rather, Jen, what's easier, waiting to set a date? Oh, okay. I don't know how difficult it is to get an alternative location because they're cleaning the schools. They're doing those deep
So
cleans.
if I could just make a suggestion, why don't we just keep it as it is? And if you want to change it just as we get towards July, you can just Jen can send something out to all of us and say, do we mind changing the date? Just instead of doing it tonight, just do it as we get closer to July.
Jen?
The 23rd won't work in this room because the zoning board of appeals, I think they have it the 2nd and the 4th. That's why we can never do it on the 2nd or 4th in this room.
And how difficult is it to get an alternative location? Do you think someplace across the district we might find a space?
I think, as you said, in July, the cleaning process, but I'm sure
Between
Jason
9
leave.
buildings?
I'm sure we can probably, when they clean that area around the library,
Okay.
can be scheduled around our meeting.
So I think since everybody likes to plan, and the whole idea is to get the calendar out for a year, and that is the first meeting of the new calendar year, I would like to propose that the July 16th be moved to the 23rd, and unless somebody disagrees, and
I think with notice, and Kristen just reminded me that there's summer school going on in the library, so it'll be in use, and so it'll be available, not kind of closed down for a deep clean at that time.
Okay, all right. Motion,
I'll
the
make
chair
a motion that we amend the school committee meeting calendar and move Wednesday, July 16th, 2025 to I don't know what the day, to July 23rd, 2025.
I'll second, yep.
And so now we're voting on the change. All in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries unanimously.
So now I'm going to approve school committee 2025-2026 meeting schedule as amended.
Second?
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 4.3, approve revised athletic trainer job description. Sarah?
Thank you. So 4.3 and 4.4 are related to each other. We currently employ a full-time athletic trainer, and the MIAA requires athletic medical coverage at additional competitions and games that the trainer, and our program is large enough that our trainer cannot cover all of those. And so we do have an athletic EMT, which cannot do all of the same things that a trainer can do, but works under their supervision. But we haven't had an EMT job description. So I worked with Henry Stevens, our athletic director, and the BTA to come up with a revised athletic trainer job description and then a new athletic EMT job description to make some distinction between the two. And then later on, there's an agenda item related to an MOU and positions.
Approve revised athletic trainer job description as presented in tonight's material.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 4.4, approve athletic EMT.
Approve athletics EMT job description as presented in tonight's material.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. New business, approve DECA field trip to the State DECA Conference in Boston, February 27 to March 1.
Mr. Jansen is here to talk about the upcoming DECA competitions. 5.1 and 5.2 are two field trips that are extended travel for school committee approval.
I thought I was reading off of that.
Yeah, so we have 26 students that will be attending the conference up in Boston, February 27th through the 1st of March. And it's kind of a challenging time trying to figure out how to make it all happen. New venue for us this year, away from the Copley Plaza and over in the Seaport District of Boston, while the Heinz Convention Center goes under renovation. It's going to be a new look for us this year, so it's kind of exciting, but also nervous around, being in that part of the city. So it's going to be a good experience, I hope. The kids have been working hard and preparing for it, and they have a state prep night that comes up on Tuesday the 25th with our businesses that will be there to help support them as they kind of go through the role play practice and do the last minute, preparations.
Any questions? All right.
They're going to love the Seaport. It's beautiful.
Well, hopefully they won't get to see very much of it.
If things go right.
I wouldn't be worried about it. I
I'm
was just up
locked
there
up
last
in
night. It was
that.
beautiful.
Well, the Copley's a lot nicer. It's indoors, so they can experience more of that nice shopping plaza area without the need to be outside. We got lucky in the draw, actually. We were the first of the schools to be able to pick the hotel, and we were able to get the Westin, which is connected to the BCEC. So somebody up above is looking out for me and making life easier, rather than the Omni Suite, which is a 12-minute walk from the hotel to the conference center. We got lucky.
Not that that has anything to do with approval of this, but Brent, everything I've seen from DECA since my years on the school committee have been so very impressive.
We've done a good job. The kids have
Done an
really
excellent
worked
job.
hard to.
Excellent job. Terrific. That's all I want to say.
We make good decisions.
Yeah, indeed. You had a good competition right here.
Yeah, right
at
in
the Emerald
you know,
Village.
Barnstable. Our first district was the competition's been down the way at the conference center, and we had what was it? 1,000 students competing from our District 8 at that event. Love to see you all there. It's only right down the road. It's very nice to go and see what they actually do. They're all dressed up, looking amazing, feeling confident. And we had 68 that attended that conference back in the first week we came from winter break. So it wasn't a lot of, again, turnaround, to try to help make sure they were all dialed in, having had a nice, lovely 2-week break, which was always nice.
So good job at the first competition. Again,
Yeah,
right there
no,
at
they
the,
did great.
at the Irish Village. And more success going forward.
I would share that the stresses continue to grow with the program of our, what we have and what we're offering. We have about 80 to 90 members, and 68 of them went off and competed. I teach a lot of the business classes, and we do that in our courses so they get a chance to kind of experience what a role play is. And, I cannot tell you how many of them that the business teachers and I have worked with who want to participate, but it's just really expensive. And the district competition fee is $175 to go and do that right down the road. The state fee is $475 without any of the chaperone fees that are being paid and transportation to and from on our lovely 5-star buses. It's great for the back. And then the ICDC event that comes up later in April, is generally about $2,000 per student, again, without the transportation or the chaperone fees that are covered. And in the past, we've done our best to lift as much as we can to fundraise on behalf of the students. And my point to the conversation is many in our business program want to do it. It's just super expensive. And, we don't have the funds to be able to make that more affordable for everybody. I mean, even if you knock the number down to, from $175 to $100 and you multiply that by 70 kids, you get an idea of what that looks like, right? And where do you get that money, and how do you do that? In the start of a school year and you're developing your membership and you're working and recruiting kids to really give it a chance, because those who do have never complained. Not in the history of my time being the advisor in the 13 years I've done it, have we ever had a kid complain and say that was not worth the experience? They've all loved it. But at the same time, we have a lot of kids who just can't go to have that experience because they don't have the financial means to do it. And what you're doing is competing for resources that are limited with every other club, the mock trial club to the drama club and all these other clubs that are trying to provide. They look to me and they say, what are we doing? It's hard to, rally these days because, the stress is on all the families and prices at the grocery stores are going up and families are feeling, obviously more and more of the financial burdens. So, if you have any wonderful ideas, I'm always open to suggestions to how to help encourage and, more importantly, provide the access to help these kids go and see if they can do amazing things, which I think they're more than capable of, and we've demonstrated that over the years. We do a good job prepping them.
Okay. I assume this has gone through Dave Anthony. Okay.
We talk, yeah. The ICDC event obviously creates a bit more logistical challenges with, traveling to Florida this year, which is a nice one. And I don't know if this was supposed to have been brought up because
it's our next, literally the next agenda item.
Can I just roll right into it?
Yeah, go ahead. Going to Orlando.
Going to Orlando. How about that? It's Disney. Who doesn't love Disney? It is the 26th through the 29th of April, but that means we have to be there before that. And did you look at the calendar? It happens to be the last weekend of April break.
Oh, is it?
Did I not look at the calendar correctly? It is the Saturday
I
that.
thought April break was the week before.
I think it ends the week it starts, does it not?
April break, you're right.
I unless I'm looking at the wrong calendar, it is the Sunday starts the competition.
Yeah.
But we got to be there either the Friday or the Saturday to attend that event. This does create logistical challenges that have come up in the past, but with the new kind of field trip process and the Dave Anthony concerns that he hadn't weighed in previous years, there's always concerns of families that go on a vacation, and then, how do we get that child to us? We don't fly together as a group when it's over that, that time period. We do with whoever's around, but, there are certainly some concerns in that world that maybe David Anthony's not quite yet aware of the logistical challenges that we may have to figure out in the process. But I just wanted to put that on the radar. It is obviously, last year it didn't. We left the week we came back, which obviously would be ideal. They don't ask me my input on when to host it. So. Still low man on the totem pole. But nonetheless, we don't know, and the challenges with that event, have been in the past. We don't know who qualifies till this event that we're going to be going to in late February. And we have less than a month to turn that around and be able to make the commitments, find flights, arrange transportation, and be able to make sure that the students can afford it, and so that it all makes sense. And as I said to you, the goal is to continue to grow the program. And I look to some of my other chapters in the state, and I'm in awe. The King Philip, they generally send like 70 kids to this conference. They're quite talented. It's a great program, good leadership. They are the model, and I think he books his own airfare, his plane. They have a coach bus. They have to move the kids around. But the goal is to grow, but the challenge is as you grow, it becomes more challenging. So, certainly, I don't know what the answers are yet as to whether it'll be 26 of us that are going, all of us qualify, or maybe it's just one of us, and I get to go with that one student and have a great experience. The Hawk's Nest was closed down this year for the first part of the year, so our SBEs were not able to be submitted to get 6 slots that we normally get that are automatic. They're part of the recertification process. So we'll put for that next year. So that'll be back in place. So there's 6 less kids that would be attending that event. But we hope, as we said, we're putting a lot of effort into this upcoming conference to try to push as many kids through this channel.
Move to approve the DECA field trip to the State DECA Conference in Boston, February 27th through March 1st, 2025, as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.2, approve DECA field trip to the DECA International Career Development Center in Orlando, Florida.
Move to approve the DECA field trip to the DECA International Career Development Conference in Orlando, Florida, April 25th through the 29th, 2025, as presented in tonight's materials.
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank
Okay.
you for your time.
Much appreciated.
Excellent.
Well, have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night.
Item 5.3, authorize the superintendent to submit statements of interest for the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program. Is that Sarah?
So that is, that's me. We also have Doug here and Chris, if you wanted to ask any follow-up questions related to the facilities or financial components. But we've been working on draft statements of interest for the Accelerated Repair Program with MSBA that we've been discussing for the past couple of meetings. One is for the roof at the Barnstable High School, and one is for the roof at the Barnstable Intermediate School under Priority 5. Priority 5, outlines the deficiencies, namely that they're aging, that they have repeated leaks, and are costly to repair. The high school ARP is the priority for the district. You have to select one that's your top priority. So if we were putting in 4, we would have one as a priority. But we, working with the facility subcommittee, kind of identified these 2. With the high school roof being the top priority. So we've been working on that. We included these drafts so you can see the nature of the application. And then the motions that are before you are very specific. These are dictated by the MSBA. And from here, if the vote is successful, we would proceed to the town council for vote, very similar wording to the town council for their support. And then there are 3 signatures on the ultimate application, mine, Kathy's, and Mark Ells as the town manager, I believe.
Any questions?
Move to authorize the superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority the statement of interest form dated March 2025 for the Barnstable High School located at 744 West Main Street, Hyannis, Mass., which describes and explains the following deficiencies in the priority categories for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Board Authority in the future. Priority 5, the roof condition and age of this roof has resulted in an increase in daily maintenance and repairs necessitating its replacement, and hereby further specifically acknowledges that by submitting the statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of any application, the awarding of a grant, or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the town of Barnstable to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Move to authorize the superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority the statement of interest form dated March 25th for the Barnstable Intermediate School located at 895 Falmouth Road, Hyannis, Mass., which describes and explains the following deficiencies and priority category for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future. Priority 5. The roof condition and age of this roof have resulted in the increase in daily maintenance and repairs necessitating its replacement, and hereby further specifically acknowledging that by submitting this statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of an application, the forwarding of a grant, or any funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Board Authority, or committing the town of Barnstable to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority.
I'll second.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Did I miss something?
No, it's on our end. Chris is clarifying for me because the March 2025 seems a little vague. So Chris is clarifying. If you could reread that and revote the first one with February 5th, 2025 as the date, that'll be more official.
February 5th, 2025. So Kathy, first, if you don't mind, I'll go back up to the last one and make the amendment. So I'm going to make amendment to the Barnstable High School, changing March 2025 to February 5th, 2025.
Motion to amend the date was made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So we'll reread the second one. Move to authorize the superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Board Authority the statement of interest form dated February 5th, 2025 for the Barnstable Intermediate School located at 895 Falmouth Road, Hyannis, Mass., which describes and explains the following deficiencies and the priority category for which an application may be submitted but to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future. It's priority 5. The roof condition and age of this roof have resulted in an increase in daily maintenance and repairs necessitating its replacement, and hereby further specifically acknowledging that by submitting this statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of any application, the awarding of a grant, or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the town of Barnstable to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority.
I'll second.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Point of information, do we need to, I'm sorry,
change it
Do we
again.
need to re-vote the first part of it because we amended it?
The amendment was approved, which changed the date for the very
Yeah,
first motion.
But do we need to re-vote that item
Yeah, I
now?
probably
And
would.
I
I think
thought,
we need to.
With the amendment.
right, and you do need to revote with the amendment.
Yeah.
So now we can reread the whole thing again and revote.
Okay, so for the first one, right? That's the one you wanted, that's the one where we amended, so we gotta reread it. So I gotta read it with the correction. Okay, going back to move to authorize the superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority the statement of interest form dated February 5th, 2025 for the Barnstable High School located at 744 West Main Street, Hyannis, Mass., which describes and explains the following deficiencies in the priority category for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future, priority 5. The roof condition and age of this roof have resulted in an increase in daily maintenance and repairs necessitating its replacement, and hereby further specifically acknowledging that by submitting this statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority is no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of any application, the awarding of a grant, or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the town of Barnstable to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we just wait a minute while something's being double-checked.
Excellent. I'm actually kind of getting used to it. I'm going to have a nightmare tonight, wake up in a cold sweat at 2 o'clock in the morning. My wife is going to be like, what? All night you kept saying the same thing over and over and over again.
We just suggest we table it. And then Chris is going to adjust. There's a beginning part. There's a beginning part that needs to be read as well.
And we'll do it back in later on.
All right, so you're going to withdraw that motion.
I'd make a motion to withdraw the two previous votes on item. Rescind on item 5.3, authorize superintendents to submit statement of interest to the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program.
All right, having a motion made and seconded to rescind the first vote.
Both of them.
Well, we were in the middle of the second motion, so, yeah. So the motion to rescind will replace the motion that was made. And since it wasn't seconded, I think we can let it go, I believe. So is there a second on the motion? Oh, you did second. All right, so we're now voting on rescinding both of those votes.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries. Those will be placed on the next meeting's agenda.
No, later.
Later
just
on in this
table it
meeting?
later on this
Oh,
meeting.
can I, I'm
Pay
going to
that.
make a motion to table this item till later on in the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of tabling?
Aye.
All right, we'll take care of that after we return from executive session.
They'll
Okay.
work on that.
Item 6.3, approve family parent liaison position for the Family and Community
think you
Engagement
skipped,
Center.
I missed
Yep.
5.4.
5.4.
Oh,
calendar.
5.4. I'm anxious to be done. Item 4.4, approve the 2025-2026 school year calendar. Is there a recommendation from the superintendent?
So my recommendation is option 1. Sometimes you do a first read and wait for additional information to come in, but we've had an overwhelming level of support on option A. Sorry, it's not option 1, option A. Which has us starting before Labor Day and then having a full 2-week break at the winter period that was received with a lot of good feedback in the current year. We made a few adjustments to the professional development days. There was some feedback that January was too quick, and we agreed. So there's another week until the half day. And so otherwise, it's a pretty similar calendar to what we have this year.
Oh, sorry. I was just sitting here. Move to approve the 2025-2026 school year calendar, option A, as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Finance and Facilities Business, item 6.1, initial presentation of the fiscal year 26 budget.
Okay. So here we are to present the initial budget presentation for FY26, joined by our Deputy Finance Director. We have some typical slides regarding the annual budget initially, which are similar ones to you've seen before. A financial expression of our educational program, reflecting our goals and objectives. Budget's more than simply a financial instrument. It requires on the part of the committee, the staff, and the community an orderly and cooperative effort to ensure sound fiscal practices for achieving our goals and objectives. There is a lot of legislation, state regs, and your own school committee requirements that are involved in a public school budget. And so tonight it is being prepared and presented in line with your policies as well as these regulations with the state. I serve as the budget officer. Some of the aspects of my role are delegated to members of the staff, including principals and directors who have their own areas of the budget, their own sites. And as the budget officer, I prepare the budget with Chris Dwelly, the Deputy Director of School Finance, prepare this presentation and the administration of the budget throughout the year. In terms of the process, as I say this for the community, there was the joint budget meeting in October with the town council. The town manager and I developed the annual policy agreement on the allocation of projected revenue, which again this year is the 60-40 split, with 60% of the revenues being allocated to the school department and 40% to the town. That is after a number of set-asides take place initially in order to determine what remains available for operating budgets. We had sites and departments submit their requests during the month of December and have recently been holding budget meetings with them to follow up on their requests and suggested reallocations. And tonight is the first budget presentation. It's intentionally kind of a high-level view, and then we get into more detail next week at the budget workshop. In terms of the priorities of this budget, the first is to present a balanced budget to you. And as I had sort of forecasted, we had forecasted back in the November timeframe, that's a challenge in terms of the amount of revenue that's available to us. The expiration of ESSER, we're now in the second year of that, as well as various cost drivers like contractual obligations, transportation, and tuition. We certainly want to support the goals of our district improvement plan, and given all that we've been talking about in terms of student learning, I think curriculum and instruction should remain as a priority. Facilities, maintenance, and operating costs are also presented to you in this budget for your consideration as an area of priority. We certainly have a lot in capital. We're talking about accelerated repair program, but on a day-to-day basis, there are some real needs to support facilities. Certainly, we need to attend to a diverse set of student needs, continuing to focus on an equitable allocation of resources across the district. Given our financial challenges, we're continuing to look at efficiency and the effectiveness of various systems. We want to make sure that we're maintaining appropriate class sizes and appropriate caseloads. And I would say looking forward to FY27 and FY28, how is the budget setting us up in terms of sustainability? And right now, we're not sustainable. I had forecast back in November something like a 5% increase would be something that we would need to maintain level service. And you'll see in a few slides that the increase we're expecting or we're working with is more like 3.3%. So in terms of long-term sustainability, we are not there. So we do anticipate some tough decisions being made, and more than anything, looking to preserve programs and making sure that we remain competitive. We have I think the envy, I've said this before, the envy of so many districts in terms of what we are able to offer. And I think it's really important. I think it's a hallmark of the district that we have such breadth of offerings for students here in Barnstable. This slide shows district enrollment. We are down a little bit this year. I think I'd shared numbers with you in December about the district enrollment. At 4,680 after a little bit of an increase post-pandemic. And this slide further denotes enrollment trends related to subgroups. And this is important from the standpoint of how Chapter 70 monies come in from the state. They consider all of our students, and then there are some additional incremental monies that come in related to English language learners and students with disabilities, students who are economically disadvantaged. And so we kind of keep careful track of our subgroups and make sure that we're reporting accurately to the state so our Chapter 70 money is accurate. But we're continuing to see an increase in first language, not English, English language learners. Our students with disabilities are up slightly, but still kind of hovering in that high teens area. The high needs category is an estimate that's not been officially released by the Department of Education, and that's based on our internal numbers, but that's up towards 68%. And we're seeing a little bit of a decrease in economically disadvantaged. That calculation is always a little bit interesting, and it varies a little bit by the state year over year. I'll turn it over to Chris to talk a little bit about the revenue sharing agreement.
Thanks, Sarah. So this slide outlines what we can expect at this point in time from the revenue sharing agreement with the town. This is the 60-40 split. We've highlighted the school's budget numbers in yellow here. You'll see the $92,318,387 is what our allocation or our budget is at this point for fiscal year 26. And that's a year-over-year increase of 3.29%. Also on this slide, you can see the municipal budget, the 40% of the overall Barnstable operating budget. And then you've got the total down there as well, just for comparison purposes. Did you want to go over Chapter 70 or?
We can talk briefly about it if you want to.
Okay.
Chime in.
Yep. So this year is another minimum aid, so to speak, for the district. We've got a small increase in our Chapter 70 aid of just under $400,000 that you see on the far right, the fourth row down. That's our year-over-year increase. That's a far departure from the $6 million increase that we saw 2 years ago. So with that, two things that I'd point out to you that are kind of driving our budget, and Sarah might want to expand on them, is our required district contribution. So the amount that we're required to pay for out of the total foundation budget is increasing. Last year it was 6.89%. This year it's 7.12%. And so that's saying that's what the district, that's what the community, the town should be paying toward the budget for educating children in town. The other piece that I'd draw your attention to is our overall required net school spending, which kind of corresponds to the district contribution there at 5.5%, which is pretty much the same this year as well. So when you see those increases of our required contributions being around 6 and 7%, And then you see our state aid numbers at, 1%. We've got to find that money within our own levy, which, creates some budgetary pressures without any new revenue.
And from a state perspective, we've been, like most districts, spending above the required net school spending. The average is about 30% above, and that's where we had been. And I had presented some information back in the November timeframe that our required and our percent above net school spending the gap is closing, because our required contribution is going up, but we're not meeting that requirement. But we had this gap, we had this wiggle room. But compared to other districts in Massachusetts and compared to other districts on the Cape, we're sort of, I would say, falling behind in terms of what we're spending above net school spending. So it's an area that I just am concerned about, and it's a sort of a reflection of, it's another way of looking at sort of regional comparisons or district-to-district comparisons. Sometimes you look at per pupil expenditure, but on the whole, if you look at how much you're spending above net school spending, that's another measure. The state average, I think now, is still around 30%, but the regional average is more like 50% above net school spending. So towns that can pay more do pay more, and that creates some inequities from community to community. Is there anything more about that? No.
This slide is a high-level overview and a historical perspective of the 60-40 split, so to speak, our general fund allocation. In this slide, we've also included the amount of money that we've, from our savings account, that we've contributed to the operating budget each year. And then we've totaled those amounts out on the far right of the table on the slide. So that just gives you a glance, really historically, of how the budget has increased over the past, 7 years? This is a different perspective on general fund allocation growth. This slide just illustrates, or I should say illustrates, our allocation from the general fund excluding savings. So when the 60-40 split is discussed and revenue is allocated out, this shows you what percentage of that year over year from an increase we've been getting, if that makes sense, right? So we've got a 4% increase from last year, right? The year before was a 5% year-over-year increase. The year prior was a 7% year-over-year increase, and that was due to the fact that we had that large increase in Chapter 70 funding. So we got a larger share of the total proportionate amount of the overall town's operating budget or general fund that's available for our budgets. These slides detail our revolving funds that contribute to the overall budget. I won't read these slides. Everyone's a seasoned professional here at the table. We include them for the public's benefit if they'd like to learn more about the different programs. But School Choice is a program where the school committee retains these revenues into a separate savings account to be used at the school committee's discretion. The next slide shows our FY25 budget, our actuals, and then what we proposed for FY26. A few things that I'd point out here. In FY25, we had a pretty significant increase in the amount of school choice funds that we used. That was twofold. We increased our base contribution from what's usually $600,000 to $750,000 to help balance the budget last year. And then you'll recall this fall we needed some emergency funds made available to us for the mold at BUE. So that was an additional $500,000, which gets you to the $1.25 million that you see there for the expense in this fiscal year. For FY26, we are budgeting. We've gone back to that $600,000 base amount that we typically budget. This is typically what we receive in revenue each year. So we want to keep that level, at least at this point in our proposed budget. And you see the closing balance, our anticipated closing balance at this point in that account.
So this details more about school choice enrollment trends, and again, is similar information, just portrayed a little differently than what was shared in December about student enrollment, where we have seen a small increase in the number of students coming into the district on school choice within the past couple of years. And we are also seeing an increase in students going out based on school choice. And I had shared some information about patterns with students going to DY and Nauset. And so I think that information is reflected here.
This slide summarizes the circuit breaker program that everyone is familiar with. The next slide shows our actual reimbursement rate or reimbursement amount for this year and what we're proposing for next year. So if you look at the table down under the FY25 budget, we will be receiving $1.9 million in circuit breaker reimbursement this year. That money is withheld and then spent the following year, as you see underneath the FY26 proposed. The revenue of $1.9 million is a little bit more than the $1.8 that we received the prior year, and that was because of the additional placements and some of the placement changes that occurred in FY24. This slide is just a breakdown of the general fund allocation that we've talked about previously, and then it includes those revolving fund amounts that we just discussed. The one that we didn't talk about, but that's listed here, is our transportation revolving fund that we contribute to the operating budget for transportation-related expenses. This is monies that are collected through bus transportation fees. And we are using, at this point, projecting to use $200,000 of those funds to contribute to the operating budget, which is the amount that we traditionally have budgeted for in years past.
So as I had noted back in December, sites and departments, there are 18 per your policy, have contributed submissions and requests. They are a smaller number and I think more modest requests this year, knowing kind of the situation of the budget and where we expect it to be. So there were 64 with a total sum of $5.2 million, and 20 of those submissions were positions. A fair number of the remainder were kind of inflationary increases. And we'll go into more detail next week in the workshop about what those requests were. Major submission themes included contracted services, supplies, and one-time purchases. So that includes maintenance, technology, and curriculum, for example, in line with some of our curriculum goals. English language learner support continues in terms of teachers, liaisons. There were some leadership positions. And then continuing to support special education, there were a couple of special education teachers that were requested. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. These are our budget assumptions that we have going into setting the FY26 budget at this point. We've listed them out here. Our revenue share allocations, increase of 3.29% year over year. Our revolving fund offset is a decrease of almost $150,000. That's because we're going back to our traditional budgeted amount, like we talked about the school choice, 600 instead of 750, transportation 200 instead of 300,000. That's why you see that there. Our salary and wage, our contractual obligations are increasing year over year by $4 million. Our special education increase, so this is our tuition and transportation, while it's an increase of $600,000, it is that increase is lower than what our increase was last year, which is why we have the down arrow next to it. Inflationary adjustments. It was $1.1 million approximately, yes. Yep, yep. Inflationary adjustments are included here. These are our utilities, our licensing costs. We've also included some inflationary contracted services work in here as well. And then we've listed out our savings account support. So the first savings account support here of 1.9 is our ESSER plan that we talked about, our 4-year absorbing ESSER positions into the operating budget. This is the 75% of what those total costs were. Next year, we'll plan to budget 50% of what those total costs were until it's fully absorbed into the operating budget after 4 years. A new line this year, given how the budget is shaping up, is a recurring savings support of $900,000. We haven't used this in the past 3 fiscal years. Historically, we did use about $900,000 each year just to support the operating budget. The reasoning behind that was we typically will turn monies over at the end of the year from unfilled positions that have been vacant throughout the year, the associated health insurance costs that we don't have to spend for that. So that money comes back to us into our savings account. And I think the logic being is that, well, we generally generate at least this much in that each year. Well, why don't we turn that back to continue to support the operating budget year over year? So we've put that back in for this year. And this is where we are at after all of those slides and discussion. So ultimately, right now, where we sit is we're looking at a just shy of a $1.3 million deficit. The top rows show our year-over-year changes in our 3 main categories: how we budget, salary and wages, supplies, and our operating and contracted services expenses. And just for the committee's benefit, since we do use savings to support the operating budget, we like to provide you with, our projections of the balance in that account. So what this slide shows is what we anticipate using out of savings this year. So our starting balance, our certified balance from the state is $11.3 million. And this is our intended use or our anticipated use of savings this year. So you see the 2 operating budget numbers that we just discussed. We always contribute amount in capital. We'll know a little bit more about that on Friday when Sarah and I meet with the town manager and finance director to shape out and try to finalize our capital program. And then down below are those returned appropriations that I talked about, and these are all estimates. We won't know until we close the books on this fiscal year. So at this point, we're projecting, and I probably shouldn't have used yellow for this slide, a $9 million free cash savings account balance starting next fiscal year if we use all of these amounts as listed here.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. So the $2 million in excess revenue, is that still we're halfway through is that still kind of anticipated we're now into January?
Yeah.
Is that kind of tracking? Now we're kind of halfway through the year.
Yeah, so, Mark tracks this. Mark
I know he's really retentive about tracking it. Is it kind of tracking where you would expect?
Tracks this regularly. It's tracking, according to budget projections. Okay. It's less than, we had a large amount that we received last year from a whole host of reasons, investment income being through the roof. But these are non-recurring or you don't expect increases like that year over year. So the amount that I have here is a conservative estimate. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if it came in a little higher.
But right now it's tracking at least the $2 million.
Correct.
Okay, just figured I'd ask halfway through the year if it's kind of heading that way.
Yeah.
I assume that, but.
So next steps, as we had noted, this is kind of a high-level view of the current situation. And next week is the 12th, and we have the school committee budget roundtable review workshop. So it's a meeting that we hold annually. You'll get more information about the site requests as well as our kind of framework of thinking in terms of how we're going to get to a balanced budget. And then based on your input from the workshop, and your perspective on those items that we'll share with you, we will put together a more detailed budget for the March 5th school committee meeting. Your public hearing then would be March 19th, and you would take a vote April 2nd, after which I would submit your approved budget to the town manager. And we'll take additional questions if there are any.
Jen, do you have any questions?
I'm going to need some time to absorb this, and I'll come up with some questions. It's a very long PowerPoint for you, Chris. I'm glad you made it through.
Peter?
No, I kind of knew it was coming, and there's a very clear picture. So, yeah, it's to be continued, I guess, next week with the workshop. And I know I've mentioned this before, the school choice revolving funds is just a bother to me. It's not a budget breaker in a $90 million budget, but we're sending a couple of hundred kids out, and about 100 some odd kids are coming in. And that just is bothersome to me. I think you had mentioned with the envy of other school districts, thanks to our academic offerings. If we are the envy, then I think those numbers should be reversed. 200 some odd would be coming into our system, and maybe we lose 100 some odd. So it continues to annoy me and wonder why, I guess.
Andre?
Yes, in terms of the the priorities and the major submissions, I have some questions about the contracted services. But in terms of English language learner support and teacher liaisons specifically, my understanding, so those supports and services are going to be maintained. Is that in terms of?
So these are for additional supports and services. So off the top of my head, I think there were 2 additional liaisons requested, and I don't remember the exact FTEs on teachers from the top of my head, but a couple of teachers at different buildings across the district were requested.
And that's going to be the same for special education as well?
Special education, I believe there were 4 teachers, fewer than EL. Fewer than EL, but there were a couple of special education teachers requested. In terms of, maintaining, I think there's a conversation to be had next week about caseloads and class sizes and all of that. But I think we have sustained population to support the need for teachers for EL and special ed.
Yes, and in terms of the maintenance and our maintenance needs, I did note in my comments that I had a question, related to the Barnstable Public Schools capital improvement requests that went out to CFAC, and we got a late update in relation to some additional items that were on that. So this is a late update, and it came about, and so I'm looking, and this is related to athletics. I'm familiar with the athletic community, so on and forth. But Dr. Ahern, there is a $500,000 allocation for a new gym floor at Barnstable High School. Is that correct?
So I don't want to be rude. This is an operating budget presentation, and I don't want to put the committee in a bad spot with respect to open meeting law. That's a capital item. I would maybe suggest emails to me. I can then raise that in the superintendent's report and say a committee member asked a question about a capital item and I want to put it in the superintendent's report. I'm just feeling a little bit uncomfortable given the nature of this presentation. And so I'd be happy to maybe answer that question as it relates to capital at another point in time if that's okay.
Okay, again, you are the financial expert, and this is like an initial budget presentation. And I just saw that maintenance was a major driver, and this was something related to maintenance, but you're saying, so it's a different pool of money.
Yeah, it's a different pool of money. This is for day-to-day ongoing maintenance, and that capital project is something that came up kind of under an emergency situation.
Okay, so
added it.
we would discuss this again at the budget workshop. Again, again, we're talking about money here. We're talking about money, and $500,000 is a lot of money for our newest athletic surface. So we would discuss this. We have a meeting next week. The budget.
So next week is the operating budget workshop. So that falls under the capital improvement plan. That's not part of the operating budget. So I think.
Do you want me to put it in my superintendent's report for March 5th? Or I can send an email to the committee?
Sure, those things work. Again, every dollar and every nickel counts. So I just needed some clarification, but I will address it again in relation to the capital improvement, which is different. Thank you.
Mike?
I had one. I forgot it. Forget it. Yeah.
Okay,
my
so
old age.
I had a couple of things, and I'm just going to mention them. I don't expect a response, but when COVID started and the ESSER money came, a number of the positions were approved as 1 year, different types of emergency positions, and the movement since ESSER was cut off or expired has been to roll them over and make them part of our operating budget. I can remember distinctly having the conversation, which is before your time, so it's more of a committee item to think about, but we were assured that we were not going to have to roll over each and every position that had been added using those ESSER funds, and yet that's what's happening. So I have a little bit of a concern about that, and I would like all those positions to really be looked at very, very closely to determine whether or not they are wishes or good things to have. I'm sure they're all great things to have, or are they necessities? Because I'm not just thinking about this current year's budget, but moving ahead 2 more years. The skies are getting darker. The other thing is, in general, savings accounts should never be used for supplementing an ongoing operating budget. And I know each year what we try to do is identify the savings account funds and how they're being applied to one-time expenditures that will then offset the total operating budget. But I would like to see a clear delineation of exactly which line items the savings account monies would be applied to, because again, it can't be in the revolving ones. I hate to use that word revolving. It should not be in the every year operating expenses like the salaries or things like that. So that's the other concern that I have. And again, the picture moving forward, especially not knowing what's happening with the change at the federal level yet, which people say, oh, that's just federal money, but the federal money gives the states money, and then the states allocate some of those funds. So we have such larger unknowns than even a month ago, as it's going to pertain to the state funding that we may end up getting down the road. So there are just a few cautionary items. I do look forward, I like the budget workshop, especially the change in how it's run. And I do like and look forward to that. And I think a lot of these things can be addressed better in that format. Mike, did you remember?
I did. For Peter's for Peter's question about the number of enrollment and all of that, and I agree 100% with you. My only question is the 200 that go out, does that include the kids that go to the tech? Or is that those kids, because we have about 130 kids that go to the tech.
We can do a breakdown for
Is
you.
it, well, is that part of that number of 200 or whatever it was? Or is that 200 going to Sturgis or Sandwich or?
Oh, the 200 students.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the appropriation.
So the school choice number there, is
Does
that,
not include the tech.
that doesn't,
No.
so we really have like 300 and something kids leaving.
Well, the numbers, I think, kind of get reflected when you look at the Chapter 70 allocation. So when we talk about our population, we're at 4,860. Sorry, 4,680. And then when you look at the Chapter 70 allocation from the state, it's up over 5,000.
Okay.
So that 5,000 takes into account
All of those kids.
all of the
Okay.
kind of public school age children
Okay.
in the town.
Okay. And we had a meeting, and I am very conservative when it comes to money, and I think we are overspending our budget, and I think we need to get our house in order. And I also think, I don't necessarily think it has to happen over 1 year, but I agree with Kathy and what everybody else has said. We're going down a doom's path. And I using savings, to use it for year after year, eventually in 4 years, we're going to be at zero, and then we're going to have to cut. And I don't say cut it all in 1 year. As much as I think ripping off the Band-Aid is best if you do it fast, but I think that this is a tough budget, but I think it's only going to get worse. From last year was tough, and I think we need to start cutting in a larger way to get in front of this, because it doesn't seem from last year to this year that we're getting in front of this. It seems like we're kind of like on even paths next to, but we're not getting ahead of it, and that concerns me as a taxpayer. It concerns me as a school committee member. I just don't feel like, whether it's the ESSER funds or whether it's the state didn't give us enough money or whether the town, there's a whole lot of things, but reality is what reality is. And I honestly think that I don't feel like I'm doing my due diligence by keeping running next to the freight train. At some point, you got to get in front of the freight train, and I just don't see where we're doing that. And I understand the professionals are saying we have 64 submissions for things we need, but I guess my point, and I'm not an educator, but I'm also one of the 5 people that run the purse strings, and I almost feel, I hope next week's meeting is going to be more about where the cuts are going to happen for the 1.2 than wish list stuff, because I feel like I'm wasting my time going to a meeting to listen about wish list things when we have $1.2 million we need to cut or more. So and I'm not lecturing, I'm just like giving my thought process on where I think this is. I don't like where the Barnstable school system's budget is. I just don't, and that's one of my 3 priorities. And we need to get out in front of this. And right now we're running parallel to a financial freight train. So that's all I'll say.
Kathy, may I add a couple things? Okay, so when I look at this slide, I see a 7% approximately drop in 5 years in our enrollment. And that is very concerning to me, as it is Peter, as it is everyone on the committee. And that's why I really believe a business manager in that position to hustle and help us make a formative plan to get more butts in seats would be helpful. I realize that's short dollars in what we're talking about. What you're talking about, Mike, in my opinion, and the way I see it, is getting ahead of the endless, unending cost of repairing dilapidated buildings. And I mean, the one thing we're never going to get rid of is the cost of retirement and teacher benefits, and that it balloons every year, right? We're never going to get it. But we have an opportunity to think 10 years down the road at curtailing the amount of money we're spending on these old buildings. And the work that the subcommittee has done focuses on that. The facilities subcommittee, why is that so hard for me to say, focuses largely on that. And I know it's not comfortable to talk about, but when we look at like taking savings and applying it, I mean, we should be scared about this. I mean, I don't run my home budget like this, And so when we talk about being, responsible to the citizen fiscally, this is the hard math that we really need to look at. I know everyone loves their village schools, so do I. I'm not hot for the idea of a 600-person elementary school necessarily, but I am hot for a balanced budget. And so, I mean, I know they're uncomfortable discussions, but that's why we were elected, is to have these discussions. And we're not going to fix it tomorrow, But if we plan and we get the core program thing fleshed out a little bit more so we're all comfortable with it, then maybe we have a chance in 5 years of coming in with a balanced budget before we have nothing in our savings account. That is the whole genesis of my idea. Or our idea, I suppose. I mean, I've just been thinking this for years and years and years, that the one thing we do have control over is the maintenance on these old buildings with the help of the state. And Kathy's point is 100% correct. Who knows what the hell's going to happen tomorrow, with federal money? I don't know. But I do know that it's prudent for this committee, just using your own thoughts, it's prudent for this committee to look at things like that.
I think you have to get for me, you have to get one budget under control before you add, for me, in not talking about capital, because this isn't a capital thing, but operationally, I believe you have to have a $5 million deficit in 3 years, or $1.2 million this year. I won't even go projections, because who knows where it's going. But a $1.2 million projection, or $1.2 million deficit this year, to then say that building a new school at $46 million, I don't. To me, you're just adding. For me, just the way my thought process is. Right now, we're $1.2 million in the hole. Now we're going to have the taxpayers be $48 million in the hole. So it's different ways of looking at it, but that's just the way I look at it. I believe this is operational, and you need to get your operational budget under control. And I don't think, having been on here, I don't look at the maintenance of the buildings as the budget buster for the Barnstable School District. To be honest with you, what it is ESSER, when we hired all of those people, our budget was perfectly balanced until COVID happened and we hired all of those people with ESSER. And since then, we've been in a deficit ever since we lost the ESSER money. That is more looking at the budgets. Every year we were fine until we are trying to keep those ESSER positions, even though we're no longer, they're unfunded positions. Mm-hmm. That's when the Barnstable's, I've been here for 9 years, this is my 10th budget. That's when the budget was like this, and that's literally when the budget flopped, is when we decided to keep the ESSER positions and then non-funded positions. That's when we went from even to deficit. And every year we're going to be deficit. And that's where I agree with Kathy. And I'm not saying it has to be the ESSER positions, but that's where we have to start cutting positions or programs or whatever, but we can't keep going the way we're going.
I agree with you. We can't keep going the way we're going. And I hope that when we go to CFAC on Monday, we can gain a little momentum with the idea of saving where it's prudent to save, which to me is deferred maintenance. It's the quickest and easiest way to make a real dent. And, cutting positions obviously is a quick and easy way to do it too, but you're never going to catch up with retirement and all the other benefits that go along with it. That is just going to balloon year after 4 million a year, 4 million, 4 million, 4 million. So I just really think it's time to look at it. And also I want to say that it's not up to us necessarily. It's up to us whether or not we give the citizen, who's really our boss, the opportunity to vote on it. So are we smarter than them? I don't know. Who's the volunteer, right? I just think that we're the gatekeeper on it, and it's something that should be floated. And I think our responsibility as fiscal agents is to give our bosses the ultimate say, because 46 million on them is not 46 million out of our budget. It's an override, so it's different. So that's all. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, very quickly, Mike, what you said kind of hit me. I kind of knew these ESSA funds were funded, but the way you just presented it, we were okay before these ESSA positions, and then we chose to fund these positions, even though they were short-term positions, and now we're not okay. So I guess we got to look at exactly what ESSA funds went to, like what positions, what programs, and start there.
Andre, can I just jump in one thing just about the ESSER thing? So, I was a chair through COVID. So I was a chair of the Barnstable School Committee through COVID. I took over the November before COVID hit in March. And one of the things that I, as the chair, had talked to the previous administration, and I kept saying it, And shame on me for not following through and making sure every position wasn't fun. But I, over and over, every budget year stated that I didn't want any positions that were meant to be long-term to be funded out of ESSER, because we knew ESSER wasn't going to be forever. So anytime you have a grant position, if the grant's for 3 years, then you know the position's only for 3 years. And I was like, I want to make darn sure that when you're hiring these people, that you are telling them that they are temporary positions. They're only here through COVID. And I was guaranteed that that's what people were told, is they were told that their funds were, their positions were funded through ESSER. So if I was funded through ESSER and I knew that ESSER was ending, I would kind of assume that my position was going. You know what I mean? So, and I believe the last administration did. I believe that they told every person that was getting hired that they were being hired. And I'm not saying that you need to get rid of the ESSER positions. Maybe it's a counselor and we need more counselors. So maybe there's another position that you want to transfer it. But I'm telling you, our budget was perfectly fine. We didn't have crises. The only thing we ever took out of our savings was $900,000, and the reason was because we always got at least $900,000 back, so it was just a wash. We were kind of giving it at the beginning of the year to get it back at the end of the year. So we never went down, and we went up. We went down temporarily and back up at the end of the year. So this all started when the ESSER funds stopped. It is what it is.
I do believe some of those positions, certain positions were removed from the operating, and ESSER was funneling, they were shifting. There were positions that were kind of shifting. Do you remember that? Where, depending on what the position was for, some of the ESSER funds might have been assumed to be covering those as monies were spent for some other things. For example, when we decreased the class sizes by half, we needed to have a few more teachers, right? And then I believe some of those positions went away due to retirees and not refilling. But again, looking at all the positions and figuring out, obviously, you have to make sure you have your teachers because the class sizes are contractual and core courses are mandated, and then really take a look at all the other positions and see where we can make adjustments, and then come up with some suggestions, at least a plan, so that if a proposed budget gets approved by us and goes to the town, what if the town sends it back? We need to be ready. We need to be ready because there's such a short time frame between when the budget leaves us to when it has to be approved. So I think just getting ducks in a row for what happens if the budget isn't passed by the town council. We came close one year where it almost didn't pass. It was very, very tight vote. So we have to be careful. Andre?
Yeah, I just want to, the idea, when you look at the budget and, the point that was made about deferred maintenance, I just don't want there to be a direct parallel between the current budgetary situation that Barnstable Public Schools finds itself in and the idea or proposal of going forward with a new facility, given the point that was made about good money after bad and the reality that was brought up at our last meeting that this is happening all around us. And I'm of the opinion that it does matter that there's a brand new school at Cape Cod Tech. And it does matter that there's a brand new school at Yarmouth Intermediate School. And there's a brand new school at Bourne Elementary School. And there's a brand new school at Nauset High School. I'm of the opinion that looking all around us at the districts right here on Cape Cod and seeing how they are finding a way to move forward with new facilities to get rid of the continual cost of maintenance on old buildings based on the fact that we haven't built a new building in Barnstable in 30 years. Because that's when Barnstable United Elementary School, when it was called Marston's Mills Middle School, opened up. And it's been 25 years, and I know this for a fact, since we renovated a school, that being Barnstable High School, because I was going there when that took place. So 30 and 25 years before a building initiative went forward in Barnstable, which directly relates to the deferred maintenance costs that are an anchor on our budget. All the while, communities all around us are moving forward with new buildings. So I don't want the community to feel that because of a global event and the end of ESSER funds and the pressures on our budget that creates, that is a direct correlation to us not being able to move forward with a new facility.
And, I just want to clarify for the public that the operating budget is distinctly different from the capital improvement budget and from a capital building project. So that is separate and distinct from the operating budgets. All right. Anybody else have a comment about the operating budget? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6.3, nope, item 6.2, schools store expenditures and activities authorization. Chris, do you want to address that? Thank you.
So this is a little bit of a housekeeping item. The state regulations around student activities say that when you create a student activity, any of the funds raised for that activity need to be retained in that activity and only spent for that activity. I'll say activity another time. Right now, the school store has, or over time, the school store, the Hawk's Nest at the high school, has expanded to support multiple student activities, like the DECA group, for example. So technically, monies raised in the school store at the Hawk's Nest can't be used to support DECA. So there's a little bit of a conflict there right now, but that can be overcome by a vote of the school committee, which is why we're here this evening. So we've spoken with the advisor, Mr. Jansen. We've spoken with Principal Canetta. We've spoken with Sarah and have proposed the motion here this evening, which is to allow the school store to be able to, the school store student activity to be able to support any other high school student activities based on the advisor's recommendation and the principal's approval.
Move to authorize the Hawk's Nest School Store student activity to financially support other Barnstable High School student activities based upon the advisor's recommendation and the principal's approval.
A second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.3, approve family parent liaison position for the Family and Community Engagement Center. Sarah?
So we have an opportunity for the remainder of this year under grant funding to add a family parent liaison to the Family and Community Engagement Center. And so I'm looking for approval. It would be a February to June position of 2025.
Move to approve a family parent liaison position for the Family and Community Engagement Center.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.4, approve accounts payable warrant, fiscal year 25, warrant number 31.
Move to approve accounts payable warrant FY25 warrant 31 in the amount of $410,815.34.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm abstaining because I didn't have a chance to review it. Consent agenda, item 7.1, approve the final meeting minutes from the Subcommittee on School Committee Goals, May 29, 2024. Item 7.2, approve school committee meeting minutes, January 8, 2025. Item 7.3, budget transfer authorizations. Item 7.4, approve the fiscal year 25 grants, gifts, and donation. Tonight's consent agenda includes the approval of the final meeting minutes from the Subcommittee on School Committee Goals of May 29, 2024, the Subcommittee meeting minutes of January 8, 2025, budget transfer authorizations, and the fiscal year 25 grants, gifts, and donations.
Move to approve the items in the consent agenda as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
All, having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Can I just abstain because I wasn't at the January 8th, 2025 school committee meeting?
Sure, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Motion carries 4-1, one abstention. Executive session, 8.1. Move to go into executive session to reconvene an open session to approve the school committee executive session minutes of January 8, 2025, to discuss strategy and preparation for negotiations with the Barnstable Administrators Organization, and to approve a memorandum of agreement with the Barnstable Teachers Association.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Roll call. Jen? Peter?
Yes.
Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We're now moving to executive session. I am now reconvening. We are now reconvening opening session. Item 9.1, approve memorandum of agreement with the Barnstable Teachers Association for athletic EMT and trainer.
Move to approve the memorandum of agreement with the Barnstable Teachers Association for athletic EMT and trainer as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 9.2, approve athletic EMT position and stipend.
Move to approve the athletic EMT position and stipend as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn?
No, we got to go back up
Oh.
to item 5.3 that
Oh,
we
right.
tabled.
Thank you, sorry. Item 5.3, we're going back to that, which is authorize the superintendent to submit statements of interest for the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program.
Okay, the motion. Resolved, having convened in an open meeting on February 5th, 2025, prior to the SOI submission closing date, the Barnstable School Committee, in accordance with its charter, by laws and ordinances, has voted to authorize the superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority the statement of interest form dated March 2025 for the Barnstable High School located at 744 West Main Street, Hyannis, Mass., which describes and explains the following deficiencies and the priority category for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future for priority 5. The roof condition and age of this roof have resulted in an increase in daily maintenance and repairs necessitating its replacement, and hereby further specifically acknowledges that by submitting this statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority is in no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of any application, the awarding of a grant or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the town of Barnstable to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority.
A second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, second motion, resolved, having convened in an open meeting on February 5th, 2025, prior to the SOI submission closing date, the Barnstable School Committee, in accordance with its charter, bylaws, and ordinances, has voted to authorize the superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority the statement of interest form dated March 2025 for the Barnstable Intermediate School located at 895 Falmouth Road, Hyannis, Mass., which describes and explains the following deficiencies and the priority categories for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future for priority 5. The roof condition and the age of this roof have resulted in an increase in daily maintenance and repairs necessitating its replacement, and hereby further specifically acknowledges that by submitting this statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance of the approval of any application, the awarding of a grant or any other funding committed from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the town of Barnstable to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Make a motion to adjourn?
Second.
And roll call vote? Jen? Yes. Peter?
Yes.
Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you.
All washed down with a cool